We all know that. Just something.
Yeah, I'll pull it down.
I'm working on it.
We'll get them, Myra.
What do I get?
The cards.
Oh,
I guess the reason I
Steve got rid of it? Interesting. There you go. Get to sign these. Thank you cards. And then I'll go to Myra. Or Steve, if Steve's here. Is this what?
I don't know if you've been in trouble with that.
It's for our liquor license, we do that. Remember doing that?
We do it like every 2 years or something?
I thought it was yearly.
I remember doing it last year, didn't you have to sign something about the date?
Yeah, we do that too.
I haven't done that this year yet, so. I think it's kind of arbitrary. It's not working.
All right, it's 6 o'clock, so let's call this work session to order. And it's a discussion on the City of Rawlins fee schedules, and I'm gonna turn it over to City Manager Tom.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and Honorable Council. Tonight, our work session is going to be a review of all of the rates and the fees that the city charges through resolution that we do each year. We did this last year in January. The reason that we do this during the month of January is in our city ordinance. It says that we will review the rates in the month of January. So usually the reason for that is once you get your rate set, you can finish the rest of your budget. You get the rate set and they flow into the revenue numbers, and then you can do the expenditure budget. So the first step of that's usually the rates. Now, when I think of a rate study myself, I like to look at the underlying financial data and information so that we can know what the rates are trying to cover, what the financial condition is of the fund or of the department that we have, so that we can consider that information when looking at how much we should charge for a rate to help cover that. Obviously, with our enterprise funds, with the water, sewer, landfill, recycling, the rates have to be set in order to cover the underlying expenditure so that the fund can be self-sufficient. Within the general fund, it isn't so cut and dry as it is within the enterprise funds, because a lot of the fees that we assess are administrative fees that go to cover the administrative time to take the application, review the application, file the application, send out the actual permit or the license. So it isn't as cut and dry within the general fund as it is the enterprise funds, but I still like to put together what financial data I can on those so that we can make an informed decision about the rates that are set. You know, are they covering what they intend to cover, or if not, do we need to look at a rate change, or do we look at an expenditure cut, or how should we look at these different things? So what you have in front of you is a folder tonight that will discuss all of the different rates that we have. Now, within our resolution, there are many appendixes to the rates. Okay, so on page 4, you will see these are the administrative fees that we charge. As we go through this, you should have a tab for all the appendices that we have, and they will go through the building department, they'll go through the rentals of the buildings, the water, sewer, and through all these different things. And so I have a lot of financial data in here, and to get through all this in an hour and 15 minutes would be impossible. And so I will hit the highlights as we go through, and then I'd like to focus on where council would want to focus to get a better understanding of what we're thinking on rates or what the rates are for, those things. And so I will go through this at a high level, knowing that there's a lot of financial data in here. There's a lot of income statements, profit loss statements, and all those different things that I feel should be considered when it comes to looking at the rates. Now, last year during our rate study, the result of that was we had several places that we increased rates in. I feel that we need to look at that data throughout the last year and project where it goes on before we do too many rate increases to make sure that the rate increases fulfilled the goal that we had for those increases. So what you will see tonight is, as we go through here, we're not recommending an increase in the rates in the different areas that we're at this time. When we get into the expenditure budgets a little more, we may come back with a rate increase or two in different areas. But from what I could tell at this point, and meeting with the department heads, we feel that we want to put a hold on the rate increases and leave the rates where they are, and we feel that we have sufficient financial data to back that at this time. Now, understanding that when we get into budget time, we may come up with some increases in different areas when we can look at those expenditures. But page 4 is the administrative fees of the city, and you will see that they go through Appendix J. So there's a lot of different appendix that have the rates in them. The first fee that we would look at is the CATS bus, which is the city bus for transportation. And how I've put all these together is the first thing you will see under the caption will be where the rates are at currently. So for the CATS bus, you will see that in fiscal year 24, we charged 50 cents a ride, whether they were a senior or whether they were just a regular user of the bus. And we increased that to $2 per ride, with a $1.50 ride for a senior. And if you look down below that, you will see a statement of revenues and expenditures. And the thing to note here is that as of December 24th, we have raised about as much revenue as we did all of last year. And comparing that against the expenditures, you will see what I'm going to refer to in a lot of these schedules tonight as the revenue margin. That is what percentage of the expenditures that the revenue is covering. And obviously we'd like to see that quite high so that the revenues cover the expenditures. But when you get into areas like the CATS bus, we're not going to be able to set the rate sufficient to cover all the expenditures, because then the rate would get too high and the citizens would not be willing to pay those rates for a ride. So we have to balance that. But you can see that as of December 2024, that our revenue margin has increased to just over 10%, which was essentially our goal was to have the revenue cover the purchase services and the supplies, not the salaries. And you can see that we are getting very close to that range. We're still a little short, but we are gaining there, so that the revenues would cover the fuel plus the purchase services. And then having a revenue margin of 10% is a significant increase over previous years. And so with that, with the CATS bus, we feel that our rates for now are set at the sufficient rate. They are covering the goals that we asked them to cover within that. If our expenditures climb within fuel or those things, like I said, we may come back and ask for an increase at that point. But for now, essentially what the general fund has to cover is the salaries only within the fund. We're not asking the general fund to cover the fuel or the internet service that they have on the bus or the purchase services. So that one, we recommend that it stays the same. Page 7 is a return check fee. What that is that if somebody writes a check to the city and there isn't enough in their account at the bank to cover the check, it comes back as an NSF check or return. We currently charge a $30 fee on those, which is an administrative fee for us to have to put the balance back into accounts receivable and work with the person to get that. And so we recommend at this point that stay at $30. Business license types on page 8. We've had a lot of discussion with council in the past on these. So we have a fee for a non-resident business license. And there are 3 different tiers. There's a weekly, a monthly, and an annual fee. The ones right now, as you can see about halfway through the page, is we've received about $1,650 last year on these licenses. So there were 5 vendors that paid for an annual, and there were 8 vendors that paid for weekly. Now, most of these, of course, are the food trucks that we get in town. And if they are non-resident, if they come from out of town, they have to come get a license. If they're within town, they do not. But if they're out of town, they need to come in and pay for one of these licenses. And so off of all those food truck vendors, we've assessed about $1,650 on those fees. And so for now, we recommend that those rates stay the same, but I know the previous council wanted to look into business licenses for all businesses, to have all businesses register with the city, which is within state statute, that we can require that, where currently we don't. What we would look at is to make sure that the revenue received off of those licenses is sufficient enough to cover the administrative costs to assess those, because there will be several businesses, we're talking thousands, that we'd have to assess and collect. But for right now, it's just a non-resident business license. And you can see we've collected 13 of those for $1,650. On page 10, if there is a licensed auctioneer that does auctions within the city limits, they would need to get the proper license for that. We did not have any of those that we sold in 2024. So obviously increasing that at this point, if there isn't any, we feel just to hold the line on that license. And we will watch to see in the future if there are auctions held within those licenses. On page 11, we have carnival, circus, amusement show, exhibitions. Last year, we had one come in August. That was down by Rawlins Glass, down on Cedar. So we collected one, and they paid for the first performance, and then I think they were here 2 or 3 days later. So we did collect $125 on that. So not a huge revenue maker, but it was able to cover the administrative costs of that performance. Page 12, we have the solid waste haulers. Currently in the month of December, those are renewed. And so we received the fees for 2 haulers, and as you can see, we received $500 in fiscal year 24, which would have been last December of 23. So they were at the old rate of $250. This year, we have received the increased fee that we increased it in 25. So we have received $600 in the current year. We show the previous fiscal year, so it was at 500, so we collected from both. And then we recommend that fee, since it increased from 24 to 25, that we hold that for 26. Page 13 is pawnbrokers, peddler permits. We did not collect any of those throughout last fiscal year. We didn't collect any on those fees. And as such, we hold that they remain the same. On page 14, you'll see second-hand dealers, security officer, security patrol officers. We collected one annual fee for a security officer for $50. With that, we just recommend that we hold that the same also. Page 15 is taxi cab operator drivers. There again, we did not collect any permits for fiscal year 2024 on those. We recommend that they remain the same. Page 16 is gaming license. As you can see, it's $100 for gaming license. We had one vendor come and ask for a license, which we issued at $100. So we recommend that fee's the same. On page 17, you will see our liquor licenses that the city issues. And to the left, you can see that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's about 6 to 7 different types of liquor licenses that the city issues. The main one is the retail, and you can see that in fiscal year 24, it was $1,000 to renew a retail license. We increased that in 25 to $1,500. So the amounts that we are billing currently for the liquor license that will be renewed will be at the $1,500, but the ones reported in here are $1,000. On the different types of licenses, if you look below, I have a definition for each of those that are above. So the retail license, limited club license, I have the definitions below. We can say that we are limited through the state of Wyoming on the amount of licenses that we can issue. Our retail that we have is still at the levels of our population that we had several years ago, when it was about 13,000, and we've dropped to 8. So we are limited on those, and the recommended amount we are slightly above just because of that population drop, and the state did not come take those back from us. The rest of them on there, we have room to issue, like a restaurant license. Okay, so we are capped, but we still have those available. The only ones that really aren't available to come to us for an initial issue is the retail. On page 18, you can see how many of those permits we've sold, that we have and that we've sold there at the bottom. Our collections were $25,800 on the ones that were sold. And you can see with the increase that we have, that we are projecting about an $11,500 increase in the amount that the city will receive this current year. The liquor licenses at the higher amounts. The amounts are set by state statute as to the maximum that you can bill. We increased ours from $1,000 on a retail to $1,500 last year, and we still feel that that is sufficient at this time to charge. On page 19 are the daily fees for an open container permit, a catering permit, malt beverage permit, essentially the daily permits that we issue on these various licenses. I went through and I did a head count through the general ledger, so I think this is close, but we sold about 78 permits at $10 before the increase from the 10 to the 25. And since that time, through the end of June of 2024, we sold 23 permits up to 25. So the amount would have dropped slightly from the amount that we were issuing at the 10. So we feel holding that rate at this point would be the wise thing to do to get some more data to see if the amount are dropping because of the price. On page 20 are the administrative fees, the special projects. I know that our city attorney wanted to make some changes to this, and I did not get those in, so I apologize by the time I got the data. So we will report back as to those recommended changes, but you can see that the fees that are currently in place on these different fees. These were put into city ordinance in fiscal year 2024. They were new. And we recommend at this point that we basically hold the line on those as well at this time to get some more data and see how much usage that we have on those. On page 21, you can see the definitions, what falls under administrative fees and special projects. On the bottom of page 22 is the impound fees for the city impound, and we've set those in the past at $20, or for $15 for the impound and $20 for the towing fee. There again, we don't really have the data as to how many of those that we had, but we recommend that we hold those at this time. On page 23, we look at our animal licenses, so pet licenses. And in 2024, we increased a few of these to 2025. I have the definitions of what the terminology is up above under the types. Under the animal fees, we collected just under $1,800 for the year before. Now, if you, I went out and did some research on the internet, so we'll have to kind of consider this as an internet source. But according to the World Population Review, Wyoming leads the nation in pet ownership. Okay, with 71.8% of the households owning at least one pet. Okay, and here again in Rawlins, I'm sure people have multiple pets. But of that, I saw that we had about estimated 3,243 households with 2.39 per household. So it comes out that we should have, with these calculations, about 2,328 pets in our city, which I wanted for an estimate. If you go back and compare that to the license fees, compared to the amount of revenue, we don't have but less than 8% of our pets are licensed or registered with the state or with the city. And so what we recommend here is that we look at enforcement of that, which is obviously difficult to do with the enforcement, but we feel if there is an animal control call or something, we can ask if the pet is licensed, and we can start with that, with kind of an education, which would lead more into enforcement. So we recognize that the amount of licenses are very low, that we know there's unlicensed pets in our community. On page 25, we have our animal control fees, which go to a shelter. If you want to adopt a dog or a cat, or if you want to surrender a dog or cat, those fees are outlined here. We received about $8,853 in fiscal year 25 on that, and you can see that we increased those fees for fiscal year 2025. So if you turn to page 26, I show here our revenue versus our expenditures of the animal control department within our general fund. And you can see in prior years, the revenue margin has ranged from 7% to 3%. It all depends on the expenditures, kind of how they fall. With the increases that we made, December of 2024 up there, our revenue margin is 7.3%, which does match the high in 2021. But I wanted to show that our fee increases that we have had an impact on revenue within the animal control. Whether that's the goal that we want to set would be something that we would discuss with council to see where we would want that revenue margin to be in there. But I wanted to show that there has been some increase there because of the fees, but we're still less than 10% of our expenditures being covered through revenues. And the goal that we set last year was for revenue to cover supplies like the pet food and the supplies that go out. And you can see that our total revenue in December of 24 is 5,400, and we have right at 6,000 in expenditures. So we are falling a little bit short of the goal that we'd set in there. As we educate, enforce licenses, I'm sure that will cover the supplies in the future. Anyway, that is a quick synopsis of Appendix A of our administrative fees. Are there any questions or concerns from council before I move on?
I do.
Okay.
Who generally uses the CATS bus?
We have several residents that use the CATS bus. What it was previously, it was essentially a ride to Walmart. That they could catch the bus and they would go to Walmart and back. We have expanded that route a little bit.
I would say that they're probably lower income
yes,
people.
I think that's fair to say.
Okay.
Yeah, and so getting the rates up too high would prevent, I think, people from using the bus.
And I think it went up quite a bit. I don't know what the percentage is. Do you have the percentage on?
Yep, it's gone up about 100% the revenue. We're about halfway through the year and we're where we were last year on the revenues.
But we're going from 50 cents to $2.
Yeah, for a ride, which is
I mean, that's significant, isn't it?
Yes, that is significant.
That's not for a senior though.
Yeah, it was $1.50 per senior. So I guess percentage-wise, it should be higher. So maybe we are losing some of the riders with the higher rate. We can definitely look at the numbers.
Yeah, I think that's too much of an increase. What's the percentage of the increase?
Well, at 50 cents, 100% would be $1, so it was probably 300% increase in that from.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the last time that was increased was 2015.
Yes.
So it had
was
been a
while.
long time since it had been increased. A very long time.
Yeah.
And then I also have let's see here. So the business license for non-residents, is there a way that we could increase that rate in order to offset the CATS bus, just so the rates can stay the same?
That's definitely an option, yes. If council would like, we could do further research into that and see on those non-resident fees. There's only the 12, 13 vendors on those, the food trucks.
Yeah. And for carnivals, any question about the carnivals also? Is it, so they pay a permit to come in. Is there a way of negotiating them to pay us a percentage of what they're receiving in?
I would just say that's typically not how these are issued in other towns. That's not to say that we couldn't negotiate that. We do have within city ordinance that they have to provide funding for a police officer.
Okay.
With that, which is not part of that fee. This is just the license fee.
Okay.
But that is part of that, so we have billed to make sure that we have law enforcement. Our numbers have been low enough with the police force that we struggle to get, somebody, right there, so we're usually in that area, but they usually pay that fee.
Just a reminder too, that when they come into our town, they also generate tax revenue for our city.
Okay.
Nita?
Also, just another thing as an FYI in regard to carnivals and circuses, they, in addition to the permit fee, so a percentage of revenues, these operations are already operating on very narrow margins. So that's not traditionally how this has been handled, but they are also, in addition to requiring them to have law enforcement or some kind of security, they are also required to carry insurance. So there's those other measures that are there, which can be expensive for these types of operations.
Sure.
And they also usually lease the land temporarily that they host it on. And they pay a fee to whoever owns the property.
Okay.
Not only that, I think, hope I'm not wrong, but when they bring in circuses and carnivals like that, a lot of that money goes to help out the community, not necessarily your clubs, like Lions clubs or whatever. They're the ones that bring them in. So that money is still staying here per se, because it's getting, portion of the proceeds are donated to these service clubs.
Correct. The one that we had last year came from out of town, and it was kind of a last minute this year. They were here, and then they were going somewhere, and they said, well, let's swing up through Rawlins. So it was kind of a quick thing this year.
Yeah.
By the time we heard about it at the city, it was within a couple days of the first performance, so.
It's still good for the city.
But it is good. I
Yeah.
mean, there's always good turnouts, and,
Yeah.
yeah.
The solid waste hauler, there's two of them. I believe one's a resident and one's non-resident. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there a way that we can increase the non-resident and keep the resident the same as 2024?
So our city ordinance says that they have to have a local office
Okay.
within the city limits, and both of them satisfy that.
Okay.
So there is a local office for both of the haulers that we require. So typically with that, I guess we would consider them a resident because they're within the city limits. They're
Sure.
a permanent office, so that's why we haven't looked at that.
I just have a couple more. The taxi cab. Yeah, I believe they've been functioning in Rawlins, but we don't have a permit for them.
Yeah, so that's an enforcement issue,
Okay.
yes, and we're aware of that, we've discussed that.
Local restaurants, could we keep the locally owned restaurants rates the same and increase the non-residents?
On the business licenses,
Yes.
currently, we do not charge a business license for residents. The only one that we have is the non-resident.
The liquor license, I'm sorry.
Oh, the liquor license.
Yeah.
We can set those fees at council's pleasure as long as they're within the state amount of that. So which ones would you like us to look at?
Well, any that are local, owned by our citizens of Rawlins. If we could look at those and probably increase the non-residents.
Well, I would say that the retail ones are pretty much local residents.
Okay.
Because they are the local restaurants, the local liquor stores and those types of things. I'm not aware of any that's like part of a larger chain, like a
Right.
national chain. But we can look and see what the composition of that is. Most of those that you know, are local people that own those.
Okay. Bar and Grill, it looks like the initial in 2024 was $1,500, and fiscal year 2025 is $5,000 on page 17 for Bar and Grill.
Find that.
I'm trying to get my calculator here going just to figure out what the percentages have increased.
Is that correct, Lynn?
That is correct.
Okay, I thought that was correct.
That is correct. We don't have any barn grills in Rollins.
Yeah, if you look back on page 18, you can see how many of the different classifications.
We only have retail, we have the limited club, which are like our golf course, the fraternal clubs that we have two of those. And we don't have any resort restaurants, we have 3, and then we have no microbrewery, we don't have a winery, and we don't have a bar and grill. The only other thing we have is dispensing rooms. We have 2 liquor license holders. They're retail, and they have an additional dispensing. One is Nothing to Whine About, and one is Maverick.
Could the increase or that $5,000 deter somebody from opening a bar and grill?
Good.
No, most of this state, that's what they charge, or they even charge higher.
Right, but here in Rawlins, that's huge, 1,500 to 5,000. And so I can't get my calculator going, but what would be the increase? I know that we don't have any, but what's the percentage of an increase is that from 1,500 to 5,000?
So at least 100% would be 3,000. So it'd be about 250%.
A 250% increase.
Yeah, and I think we matched those of other cities is where our focus was.
That's where you
Right.
pulled the data from.
Yeah, because we had that in last year's study. We had like the liquor licenses from like 7 or 8 different communities, basically our size.
Sure.
We looked at Riverton and Green River and some of those, and that's where we set, you know, off of those.
Okay. And then now I'm going to jump to the animal shelter. And for the animal shelter, for their supplies, like dog food, are there any programs? Are we research any programs that would help with the supplies of dog food or cat food?
We have like a partnership with Pet Partners.
Yeah.
Some of those that have offered some assistance there and some help
Okay.
on some of those things.
Is that reflected in here? Or is this just showing what we paid out?
No, this would be our expenditure of the city,
Okay.
not the assistance or the help or the donations that people bring or those type. This would be our expenditure that we paid.
So if we were not in partnership with Pet Partners or any donations coming in, it would be greater than that.
Higher. Correct. Yeah, if the city had to purchase it.
Oh, and then that's all I have.
Okay. All right, Appendix B is kind of a short one. It's our building department fees. So what we have under here is our contractor licenses that we charge. You can see the current fees above for a master's license, a journeyman, or an apprentice. From what I can see from 24 to 25 is we've kept those essentially the same. I went out into our city ordinance and found the definitions of those below. And then you can see the amount of licenses that we issued at the bottom of 28. So in total, we have 162 different professionals working within the city limits in those different areas. On page 29, you can see that the total amount collected on this is $33,800 in fiscal year 24. Down below, you can see the Class A, Class B, Class C contractors' licenses. You can see what the definitions of those are below for the initial and the renewal. On page 30, we have the trailer court licenses. So we charge an increasing fee for the more spaces that the trailer park would have. In there, you can see what those fees are, and you can see right below that, we issued 14 different permits at the different fees for a total collected of $1,950 annually on our trailer parks within the city. We have on page 31, you've got our inspections that we do. There's lots of different inspections that we perform through the city. If we have to do a re-inspection, if there was something they found and we had to go back and inspect it again, you can see those fees, the second offense, third offense. And we just recommend that at this point that those fees remain the same. So I actually didn't get fiscal year 26 on the top. There's 24, 25, but we recommend 26 be identical to those in 25. And that is the building department. The next appendix is our building permit fees for the building permits that we sell. You can see at the top there how we charge those. We do go by valuation, so any building permit that is up to $100,000, you can see that schedule. And then there's a schedule below for anything over $100,000. We collected about $48,500 in fiscal year 24 on building permits. Below on 33, we have what we just call our other permit fees. One that we changed last year that we restructured was the street cut permits. We went from just a flat fee of $25 to a fee of $325. And then we also added into that 25 cents per square foot because some of those street cuts get to be sizable. I have here that in fiscal year 2024, the streets department completed 20 different street cuts and issued 10 other permits that year. And in order to get the street cuts completed, it has to be weather permitting, and so we issue a permit and then we will come back and finish those. But there were 20 completed. You can also see up here the other permits, demolition, gas pressure test, as you go through. The one that we know that we need to improve enforcement on is the temporary RV parking. We're very aware that there is, those happening where they don't have the proper permit. So we will step up our enforcement on that. And those are essentially the building permits. Is there any questions on those two appendices?
I do, I'm sorry. On page number 28. So I've spoke with people that have licenses for electrician, plumber, and they told me that there's a fee that they have to pay annually that's about $1,000. But I don't see it here.
Well, for like the electricians, there's also a state fee that they also are monitored by the state.
Oh, okay.
So
That's their
I'll
licensing fee.
bet that fee is being paid to the state of Wyoming.
Okay.
Yeah, these would just be the local ones that we issue.
Okay.
I asked the council to, let's save our questions for the end, because we have a large book to get to the,
Oh,
through tonight.
sure.
And I think that, if there's anything, any time left over, we can ask your, any questions, but, we can also get you with Tom.
Or I can email you.
Yeah.
Also, yeah.
That'd be perfect too.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
available anytime.
Okay.
It's just, we are statutorily required to get through this book tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're on page 35, 50.
Yeah.
yeah. Thank you.
So under Appendix D, the first one that we have under the room rental fees is the depot that we rent. We doubled those fees last year. In fiscal year '24, we received about $670. We had about 33 rentals that year. We do not have this in its own department so that the costs to maintain the depot aren't captured separately. So all I can report to you is the revenue. On page 36, we rent the Rawlins Fire Department Training Facility Classroom over there, which is at Fire Station 2. And we have maintained those fees, basically classroom usage fee at 100. And then if you add the equipment and with the deposit, and we added the deposit in '25, and that is returned if the facility is in acceptable condition. So we just recommend that we maintain those. Appendix E is where we get into a lot of detail, and so I'm going to go through this fairly quick. And this is an area that if we need to come back, I'm happy to go back through here. So in Appendix E, we're going to set our water rates, our sewer rates, landfill rates, and the recycling rates. Okay, these are the water usage rates, the monthly fees, all those different fees are set in this section. And so page 38 is our water fees. We have our water bills are in two different components. The first component is a monthly fee, which is based on the meter size. As you can see, all the meter sizes going down, and then the rates for '24, and we increase those in '25 to the amount shown. And then down below is the per 1,000 gallons. Then we set the Glen Edition rate, and we have the delinquent fees and all of those for the in-town. And on page 39, we set those same rates for the people that are outside of the corporate limits, outside the city limits. And then on page 40 at the top are those fees for the outside the corporate limits, for the price per 1,000 and for all the different fees that we have. The sewer rates are on the bottom of page 40. We increase those from $15 monthly to $25.50 in 2025. And the commodity charge, we also increased on the commercial only. On page 41 at the top are the sewer rates for outside of the city limits. In the middle of the page is the landfill part that goes on what we call the water bill, but the monthly bill. We kept that at $12. And the recycling fee that gets included in the water bill was at $6. So if you flip to page 42, I want to go through a quick financial condition of the water fund. And where we set the rates within an enterprise fund, obviously, is to cover our expenditures. It has to be able to cover. So at the top of page 42, you'll see a condensed version of a balance sheet. you will see what we have for total assets, liabilities, net position. The important number here to look at in here is what I call the unrestricted net position, which is under the net position category on the balance sheet. What that basically says to you is that is basically our net worth in the water fund. So we're gonna have capital assets that we have money wrapped into, we're gonna have restricted, but the amount of available funds that we have for repairs, projects is basically that unrestricted amount. And you can see from 2019, it was nearly 2 million. In 2023, it dropped to 117,000. So at that point in 23, we were in a critical position of not being able to fix the water line. We just didn't have the resources for even the basic repairs above what that they run from year to year. And at that point, or even previous, we've identified several projects that we need to have done on our water line to rehabilitate the transmission line and all those different things. And so we hit a low in 2023. We increased the rates in November of that year. And you can see that our unrestricted net position increased because of those rates. Okay, to about 1.3 million. If you look up under capital assets, the 29 million up there, your unrestricted net position should pretty much equal what the accumulated depreciation is. Because each year our equipment ages and it loses value. We should be putting money away for that repair. And as you can see, we were down to 117,000, and our depreciation net worth of our water line is dropping millions of dollars a year, and we didn't fund. And so we got to the point either we had, that we just had to increase rates to sustain the fund. A couple things to point out real quick. On page 43, I have the cash reserves. The investment portion of this is interesting because we took out a loan through the SRF, through the state, and as a loan covenant, they had us invest enough money so when what we purchased with that loan, at the end of its life, we had the money invested for that. So where you see investments there, that is funded depreciation through a loan covenant on a project, so that when that project hits end of life, we have the money to be replaced. So we're not going back to the SRF to ask them for more money for that project. So that's what the investments in there are. And you can see that our cash, where it started in 19 at 2.5, you can see in 2014 we were still below that, even with the water increases that we had. So we really didn't make progress towards saving money for our projects. We were just setting our rates so that we could basically operate our system and maintain our cash reserves. On page 44, under capital assets, that's where you can see what the accumulated depreciation is. You can see over time from 2019 net capital assets, we've lost $2 million in value. And during that time, you can see the cash balances did not reflect that. You can see what the depreciation is. A rule of thumb is whatever depreciation expense is, that's what you should fund each year for depreciation. On the bottom of page 44, there is a graph showing the accumulated depreciation in orange compared to the unrestricted net position, which are resources to help cover that accumulated depreciation. You can see that difference between the two lines is growing every year. which is not a good sign. That means that we're falling further behind. On page 46, you can see through our water study the priority 1, priority 2 projects. They add up to about 48 million, as you can see in there. And our cash reserves right now are at about 2 million to help pay for that. So as you can see, we got a lot of ground to make up. One of the concerns in the water fund would be on page 47 is our long-term debt. If you look over on page 48, you can see that we currently have about 4.3 million in debt in the water fund. And that is, well over the amount of cash that we're holding in there. So we really are struggling at this point to even make up our debt service that we already have. We're looking to increase this based on the priorities there, $48 million unless we get some grants in there. Your income statement is on page 49. You can see the revenues and expenses below on the operating. Some years we have more expenses, and other years the revenues are over. Our last increases that we've had in rates, you can see in 2024, is revenue has finally surpassed the expenditure amount, which means that we're on our way to be able to save some money there. On the bottom of page 50, you can see the monthly amounts that we've received for water charges. You can see the increases in there. You can see when we had water restrictions. For July and fiscal year of 2023, we reached basically our low of 192,000 monthly billing during the summer. We were on severe water restrictions. And then with the rate increases, you can see that we're up. We had 456,000 this last July. And then as you get in towards winter, towards December, you see those amounts drop significantly. On page 52, you can see where we're at for this current year as of December compared to our budget. I was amazed. I had to do this calculation 3 times because we hit the budget for our water like exactly on. We were within like $300 in 4.8. So I mean, we hit it right on at 50%. But you can see in the month of, or up through December, that our net position has increased 1.3 million. But if you go up and look at like capital that we haven't done any with, that 1.3 million is going to get eaten up quickly with the expenditures that we have budgeted. So budget was a change in net position of 0. I think we will be lucky to hit that this year. Pages 53 through 61 is the capital, the in-town infrastructure projects that we need to do. As we all know, through the water breaks we've had, our in-town infrastructure is very fatigued. It's just holding on. And we have water breaks basically daily in those. And so these projects up here are the areas that we have identified the most to go in and to perform that. And then you can see the equipment and the different things that we have for capital. You can go through that from 2025 through 2023 and look at those amounts that we would budget. Real quickly, on the bottom of page 61, I have a series of financial ratios for you through a financial analysis of this. I can say from 2019 through 2023, every one of these ratios declined. They went down, and in 24, you can see that they're starting to rebound. Like our current ratio, the cash ratio, they are at like a 6-year high finally, and in '24. And for future, we need to make sure that we keep all these financial ratios on the upturn. But you can really tell how you're doing within your business by looking at these ratios and the trend that you have. The one in here that alarms me personally the most is the accumulated depreciation of fixed assets. That went from 0.5 in 2019 to 0.57 in '24. That means that our infrastructure is aging, is what it is. Once that hits 1, you have no value at all left in your infrastructure. It would have been end of life. That's the one that I feel we need to start to maintain so that we can maintain that at about a 0.3 is where that really should be. Gross margin ratio, you can see that's kind of bounced around, but it's at its high point, 2024, and so we need to monitor those and make sure that we're able to keep those on an upswing. On page 62, I know that the water rates are a major discussion amongst the community, as they should be. If we want to look at USDA funding as a potential source for our water line, they require that our water rates be at 1.58% of the monthly household income. The monthly household income in Rawlins, it has dropped a little bit. It's at $69,912. And if you take that by 1.58%, our monthly rate for that should be at $92.05. And if you do our calculation, we're at about $76.21, which is the monthly fee multiplied by 5,000 gallons usage, which is average in a month. So if we want to look at that, we're still about, I don't see it here, but we're about 30% behind still in our water rates, and that's only if we look at the USDA. The others have different requirements, but I know going to SLIB and to the WWDC, they really look at your water rates to see if you're helping yourself in these situations before they come in to help. And so I think we'll just have to monitor this, and we'll have to see what the future holds for us. But if we want USDA, there's still one more significant increase in the water for that. You can see on 63 other towns our size and their median household income. Rawlins ranks up there pretty high throughout the state. We're not the highest, but I know that the town of Douglas has one of the highest water rates, and they're still significantly above our rates. Okay, so that's the water fund. Real quickly, the sewer fund. I have the same information for you. You got a balance sheet and an income statement, financial ratios. I just want to say there that the rate increase that we made at the end of last year significantly helps the sewer fund. It was the one that was closer to the break-even point than the other funds, and this has helped. But our recent sewer infrastructure study that was done by Borden identifies 3/4 of our city that needs some attention in the sewer. And so here again, we really don't have the cash to do that. Our rates will help us in that pursuit. I've got the projects on page 66 that we are looking at, the sewer line inspection, manhole replacements. We are working on more of a long-term plan on that, but But we've got a long ways to go within the sewer infrastructure that we have. There again, on page 67, I have all the financial ratios. The one, again, that I wanted to share that I shared with the water is the accumulated depreciation of fixed assets. The sewer went from 0.37 to 0.48. There again, our system is aging quickly. And if we don't have the money to replace it, we will get to a crisis point soon. In that, page 68 is the income statement, which you can see in there. The current year amounts are on page 69 of December of '24. You could see there to date that we've been able to increase net position to 454,000, where we are budgeted break even. On the revenues, we are very close to being on budget. We're a little bit ahead on that, but there again, capital, debt service, we have a long ways to go in the last 6 months of the year that will take up those resources that we have. We will be very close at the end of the year to a break-even point like the budget is. Charges to customers is on page 70. You can look at those. The landfill is on page 71. The landfill rates changed in, I think, 2019, 18, 19. They were increased, and you can see by the graph on the bottom of page 71 that our unrestricted net position has improved significantly. It was in the hole there in 2019. It was below zero. It was in debt. And now we are up unrestricted net position of about 2.6 million. So the landfill currently is the one fund where the rates are covering funded depreciation and those different things that we have. The financial ratios are on the bottom of page 73. You can see over time that the current ratio improved significantly. The cash ratio improved and then dropped. What a lot of that is we paid off some long-term debt a few years ago, and that helped us with some of these ratios, and some of the others it took our cash away from us in that. So here again, the one that I would point out, like on the other three, is the accumulated depreciation of fixed assets. We have invested into a new scraper, a new compactor. We have been very proactive with the landfill to keep the equipment. You can see that ratio went from 0.51 in 2019, and it actually dropped to 0.39 2024. So that means that we are investing in capital at the landfill. And I can say that we are in dire need of a couple new loaders at the landfill. And so that will come before council very soon on those loaders. So anyway, that is the landfill. Recycling is on page 75. You can see the unrestricted net position there dropped, and then it increased in 24, and now it's dropped. We have invested a lot into capital there, into the recycling shed and some equipment there. So over time, you will see the net position increase in there, even though it is, we have those investments in, and we will start to see that redone. So that is essentially the utility funds in Appendix E. Moving on real quickly to Appendix F, we have the planning fees here. The one area that we want to recommend to council to increase, the one is under the special use. What the special use fee is here is the initial application. We would like to charge $25 for a renewal of those special use permits each year. And that'll be the one recommendation for rate increase it will bring. City ordinance says that they must renew each year. Currently, we do not require that renewal. They just get the initial. And so we would like to follow city ordinance by having them renewed, and we'd like to put a $25 fee on that. You can see all of the different fees that we have there, and you can see that we are recommending no change at this time. You have zone changes, plating, preliminary plat, all the different things that are within the planning is there. Appendix G. I have it as cemetery fees. You can see our revenues there. We have cemetery lot fees where we sell the lots at the cemetery. Cemetery fees, burials, and those things that we do. And then you can see perpetual care is where we come in and maintain the cemetery as far as the grass and those types of things. You can see the revenues that we have there. And on page 81, you can see how the revenues have increased from 2020. They went up and they dipped a little bit in 22, and then since then there's been a substantial increase in the amount of cemetery revenue based on those fees. Appendix H is our public works, which are landfill fees. We altered these significantly last year. These are the different things that the landfill will take for a charge. And we created a couple new areas last year, and we kind of moved some things around in there. So we need about one more year worth of data to kind of see how this is shaking out with these rates, and if there's been a decrease or the impact that it's had on revenue. But we recommend at the current time that all those categories and fees remain the same. Appendix I is public works fees. And what we have here are essentially what we call our tap fees. If you have new construction to tap into our infrastructure and those things. Currently, we don't have a lot of activity with this, so we don't collect a lot of these throughout the year. We don't have a lot of new construction in Rawlins or the tap fees. But you can see where they exist right now. Page 86 is in town, if you're gonna have a tap fee. And page 87 is outside of the corporate limits, but we currently have a moratorium on allowing taps outside of the city limits. So right now they have to be from within, but we have this in resolution. You can see the sanitary sewer connection fees in the middle of the page. Inside corporate limits, outside, and then the multi-unit complex. That is inside, flip the page to the outside. Commercial and industrial, inside the city limits, outside. Storm sewer connection development fees. Again, we have those for inside and outside. And then we have some connection surcharges that we identify on page 89. We do not see a lot of activity in this area, and so we recommend at this point that we maintain these rates until we see a boost in new construction and in the tap fees, and then we will come back and look at these. So the last appendix, and I know we're short on time, is our recreational services. And so if you go to page 91, you will see all of the different fees and the discounts available, memberships for our recreation center. Page 91 essentially describes the memberships, junior memberships, who's available for those. The super passes are defined at the bottom, the combo passes. If you turn to page 92, you will see the actual memberships that the rec center offers. So we offer a 1 month, a 3 month, a 6 month, and a 12-month membership. And under each of those, we have a single, a family, and a junior for those. And we increased these last year, as you can see, and I believe the increase, I wrote it down, I think it was right at 20% is what we increased those. And after we increased those, we wanted to watch our revenues to see how they react. If they are elastic, the rates, or if they're non-elastic. And we have found, if you go back onto page 95, you will see that our revenues at the rec center have decreased in there. They've gone from a high point of $87,000 for memberships in 2020, and it has dropped $63,000 in 2024. And I have the number that we collected halfway through the year. I'm not sure you can multiply that by 2 because I don't know exactly when most of the renewals will occur, but we have seen over the last couple of years a substantial decrease in the revenues at the rec center. We have had a couple positions at the rec center that we have not filled once they were vacated. We had a superintendent position and we had a programmer position that were open. And what the revenue here does support is that on the programmer position, we increased programming revenue about $20,000 when we had the second programmer. And but we also increased the expenditures significantly to hire that, which is probably 4 times what we saw with the revenue increase. So when we did not fill that position, when it was vacated, our programming revenue came right back into line where it was in previous years. And if you look at the bottom of page, or on the income statement on 95, you'll see that our revenue margin has actually increased quite a bit with that. So without those expenditures or those salaries, they were not tied to revenues what we would expect. So without those, our revenue margin has increased. And if you look at the revenue margin at December of 24 in the bottom right-hand corner, it is at a high by far over the 6-year period. So what we are looking at is to identify if there's more expenditures that are not revenue generated, and then we will match that to the revenues so that we can ensure that we get the proper revenue margin. And that leads to the net loss that you see on that chart. That's the amount that the general fund has to subsidize the rec center each year. So we're taking sales tax dollars from the general fund, putting that over into the rec center. And if things hold the way that they are, and if revenue doubles and expenditures double, we would have cut that subsidy by about, I'd say 80%. It's significant. So we will continue down the pathway of watching that, looking at the expenses, but then we will also compare that to the membership revenue to ensure that we reach. Now, important thing for council to consider, in my opinion, is we need to set goals as to where we want that subsidy to be. And then, once we have that goals, we'll have that expectation from council. It'll be a lot easier to set the numbers to reach that. Where it appears the last few years, we've increased expenditures substantially for a lot lower revenue as the increase, and so we just want to turn that. You can see the rest of the recreation center. On page 100, you'll see the shooting range. You can see the rates there. We increased those substantially in 2025. If you look on page 101, you will see the income statement, basically the revenues and expenditures. You'll see that the revenue margin without capital has increased significantly. And what happened there is we went from a full-time programmer with benefits to a part-time staff that is open during the main hours that the shooting range would be open. And as you can see, that has cut the subsidy from roughly $100,000 to $20,000. So we have improved things significantly at the shooting range with the rate increases and the moves that we've made. And the last one, real quick, is the golf course. And those rates are displayed on page 105. There again, you will see that we had essentially 10% increases in those into fiscal year 25. You can see the green fees, the cart memberships, and what those increases, and we just kind of want to hold the line on that. We do know that the membership at the golf course between the regular members and the charter members in previous years is about 160 of those. We would like to see that increase significantly moving forward. On page 107, you will see the income statement for the golf course alone. It does not include the pro shop here. You can see that our revenues have increased in fiscal year 2024. We had a good year as far as revenues go. And you can see by the expenditures that those increases in revenue were substantiated by large increases in expenditures. So even though we got ahead revenue, our expenditures increased, as you can see there, from $333,000 in fiscal year 19 to $441,000 in 2024, which is a decrease from 22 and 23. So here again, when we're able to do strategic planning with council, we would like to discuss all of the recreation departments and have a goal that council would find acceptable, that we could come back with a plan how to reach those goals. We know that the rec center and the golf course, we know that takes a substantial investment from the general fund over to support those. We feel that there is a intrinsic value to the golf course and the recreation center. We understand that we have to transfer money over there for that, because of the goodwill throughout our community and offering the programs. But we also feel like it is time that at the recreation center golf course, that they have to step up their efforts to support themselves a little bit. Because the amounts that we are short in the general fund is really large, and anything we can start to focus on there is going to help us on our general fund significantly. in that. And so in those three areas, we want to work with council as to expectations that these facilities should offer the community and how we can reach those in the best manner. That's what we are seeking. So in conclusion, real quick, we've not asked for any increases within our rates at this time. The only thing that we would ask is the $25 fee for a renewal of the special use permits. We think this is temporary at this point, but we would like to collect some more data, get through the expenditures of this, and then if there are changes, we will bring those back to council as we look at the budget. So with that, I will turn it back to Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Tom. And just to encourage all the council members, and Councilmember Elliott, please get with Tom and submit any questions that you have about these rates. I think they're very important. Just a quick meeting for the time frame. And we will recess and be back at 7:30.
6 minutes, quick.
Go quickly.
It's actually good.
That probably goes to mine.
Oh, to push the length?
Make sure Steve got it.
Okay.
If you're trying to get to 50%, then 5%. But if you go back to some of the other ones,
You can get this, Steve. You gotta check that out.
Oh, it's still looking less.
Did they put it on there? Because I called your, I called the city and that was for your, they gave me one, I didn't know what.
And you guys, we have a full house tonight, so you might want to scoot to the edges. We have a lot of people who need to go for a walk. Thank you all.
do you need more? Do you need more?
Thank you, Lynn, I appreciate it.
Do you need more? Where do you get the white ones? Yeah, the white chalky ones. The ones that Chris like gets 9 of. Not 9 of. Where are
Oh, how nice.
I'm sorry you didn't have some.
Oh, you're No, I don't think so. These are the ones to the golf course. No, we don't have time. We have to.
Myron?
There's too many people up there.
There is a lot of people. It's awesome. Isn't this great? All these young.
Let's see.
No, it's for Katie. This is all for her.
How's your knees doing? Good. I'm still suffering with that sciatica, but
Good to go?
that's how it goes, I guess, huh?
I got the other one here, please.
You know what seems to help is that Tylenol for arthritis. Have you tried that? Yeah. Oh.
I bet. Yes, it
Yeah. It's easier said than done.
Don't jinx it.
Lynn, are you in?
We have a lot to cover tonight, actually.
Madam Mayor, if everybody could refresh.
Refresh your guys' computers so you can log on.
Sorry.
All right, it is 7:30 and we're going to call this meeting to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You ladies did great. All right. Lynn, can I have roll call?
Madam Mayor, Jacqueline Wells.
Here.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Darrell Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Derek Elliott.
Here.
Councilmember Tanya Lumen.
Here.
Councilmember Terry Patterson.
Here.
Councilmember Steve Sanger.
Here.
Councilmember Bruce Seeloff.
Here.
Thank you. Moving on to the approval of the agenda. Can I entertain a motion? Councilmember Sanger?
I move to approve the January 21st, 2025 City Council agenda as presented.
Second.
All right. Any discussion?
Um,
Councilwoman Lumen?
If we can discuss it without taking it off. If not, I'd like it taken off about the City of Rawlins holiday closure schedule.
We'll have to have a motion to remove it.
So I'd like to have a motion to remove it for discussion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Or Lynn, when you're ready, please open online voting. Or would you like voice vote on that?
So my computer told me to reboot. I thought that was what Lynn was doing for the yes or no. And I click yes, so now my computer's rebooting to upload a,
Update?
I know,
You might have to voice vote.
yeah.
Okay.
Online voting is open.
Derek Elliott, yay.
Yay.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, moving on to the consent agenda. Or do we have to go,
I
sorry,
just have to remember
I'm sorry. Do we need to go back to the agenda with?
No.
No, okay, I'm sorry. All right, moving on to the consent agenda. Councilmember Singer?
I move to approve the city consent agenda of January 21st, 2025 as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? Hey, Lynn, will you open online voting, please?
Derek Elliott, yay.
that. Online voting is open.
Derek Elliott, yay.
Thank you.
Yay.
Councilmember Sanger?
Sorry. Trying to get him back on.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, moving on to citizens' participation. This is a public comment time set by resolution number 2C 1996, sets a time limit for public comment of 5 minutes with the provision that the 5 minutes time limit may be increased at the request of a member of the public or any council members. And this is specific to anything that is not on the agenda. Do we have anybody that would like to speak? Please sign in and state your name for the record.
Could barely hear you back there, so I just took a chance. Mike Lujan. Let me sign in real quick. Honorable Mayor and worthy council, thanks for giving me the opportunity. So each year I like to address the council in regards to some of the events that we've held up at our restaurant. So this is our 52nd year in business, so we're fortunate just to be there. And I wanted to start with our Veterans Day celebration that we were able to make possible with many people from the city of Rawlins. We were able to feed over 150 veterans and their families, and it was amazing just to be able to do that. We had Sergeant Murphy from the Rawlins Police Department was one of our guest speakers, and he addressed everybody on family and what it was like to be in the military and the honor to be a veteran. And so we're grateful for that. In conjunction with the Wyoming Department of Corrections, I was able to ask some friends to participate in our honor guard with them, and those friends are the Rawlins Fire Department. So our Chief Robinson and his crew came and they held a presentation of the colors, and it was impressive, and it truly made a difference for everybody that was there as veterans in honor of those that have passed and that were present. So we're grateful for that leadership and to be able to work together. Next up was our Thanksgiving. We fed almost 1,500 people. Wow. 93 turkeys, and so it was pretty impressive. And it was all because we had family. We had so many people that participated and delivered and cooked and worked all day. And I know I'm going to leave some people out, but when the chief of police shows up and says, "How can I help?" and I put him out the door and I don't see him for 3 hours because he's making deliveries nonstop, that says a lot. We had so many people from the city that volunteered, that stepped up to do that. And then next came, of course, our 27th annual Christmas drive, and we were able to get toys for over 450 kids. So this summer I got a call from my regular call from Walmart, and they said, "Hey, we got some bicycles in. You want to come look at them?" And he calls me whenever they get a few of them in. So I went down there, and Aaron says, here they are. And there was 50-some bicycles still in boxes. He said, Mike, we don't want to put these together. So how about you take them off our hands? And he said, let's make a deal. So we did. We took 50-some bicycles because I knew that I would not have to put together one. So with the assistance from so many people in this community, whether it was our doctors and EMS people and our teachers and football players and volunteers, definitely our Rawlins Fire Department and County Fire once again stepped up, and those guys had the wrenches and they put all the bicycles together. I just watched. And I wanted to recognize Chief Robinson and his family for once again helping and making that possible for all of us. And of course, on the evening, Christmas Eve, all of our first responders, our Highway Patrol, and I see one who's standing in the back over there, and our Rawlins Police Department and Sheriff's Office, and you name it. They were there. Even our county coroner was there to help. She says, I'm not going on deliveries, though. But that's good thinking. So, and Lieutenant Hooper and her family, and she brings her kids every year, and they deliver those. And I just wanted to quickly say thank you to all those people, and which leads me to you're aware that I'm part of the search and rescue team for the county, and of course on Thanksgiving we had an outcome that wasn't what we had anticipated. And we weren't able to bring my sister's husband home. But I wanted to tell this community thank you for the support that you've given my sister and us, and we are eternally grateful. And even our mayor blessed us. Her and her family were at Mass for my brother-in-law, and for all those prayers and those thoughts that you lifted us up. I want to tell everybody thank you, and God bless you all, and God bless the city of Rawlins.
Thank you, Mike. We are certainly grateful for all that you do, Mike. Is there any other people that would like to participate in citizens' participation? All right, moving on to the Community Builder Award for January 2025, and I would like to have the City of Rawlins Volunteer Committee.
Honorable Mayor, Council. The Community Builder Award is a monthly award the city presents to local individuals, businesses, and organizations for their volunteer service, sponsorship, promotion of programs and events, outstanding service in the interest of the city, and for other contributions significant to the Rawlins quality of life. The Volunteer Committee would like to present the January 2025 Community Builder Award to Katie Klein.
Okay, bear with me on this one. In 2003, Katie Klein came to Rawlins from a very small community in Montana, which I could not.
Ekalaka, but it's okay.
Yep. Which lives and breathes through the schools and the kids. What she appreciates most about Rawlins is hands down the people. She said when she first started teaching here many years ago, she didn't plan on staying here for very long. But the people have a way of wrapping their arms around you and making you feel loved and appreciated. Katie said she wants Rawlins to be proud of the kids, and in return, she wants the kids to feel supported and involved. Rawlins gives many opportunities for people to gather, and she says that is what helps our community feel connected. She is a big advocate for our schools and thinks that when our schools and community are connected and supportive of each other, then we are in tune with each other. That is what makes our community more engaged. She believes that when you're involved in the community, you're making a difference and making it a better place for everyone in our town. For 22 years, Katie has been a 4th grade teacher at Rawlins Elementary School, as well as a coach in our community with several different areas. She's been the head high school girls basketball coach, the middle school volleyball coach, track coach, and basketball coach. She's a volunteer coach for the rec leagues and runs and coaches the Rawlins girls basketball teams, which is most of these girls you see. The ages for the traveling teams are 3rd through 8th grade, which currently is around 40 girls. Katie's a huge help with our junior jazz basketball program at the rec center, not only coaching, but mentoring the new coaches and helping girls at the school know about the leagues. This fall, our girls basketball registration increased so greatly that we had to add two additional teams, making it 6 teams total, with almost 60 girls. And I strongly believe that Katie had a large influence in that. As I mentioned, she runs and coaches the girls traveling basketball program, which is who she has chose to donate her funds to. She said, "I'm really proud of the girls we currently have in our program. They are more than just basketball players. They are tough, they are competitive, great teammates, compassionate, and they are learning how to persevere through things that are hard. I know all the skills." Sorry, I'm going to get emotional. I know all the skills they are learning will help them become successful adults. Over the years, this traveling team has grown, and as a team, they go to UW basketball games and try to build great character on and off the court while building a love for the game of basketball. One of her proudest moments over the last 22 years is seeing these girls that have grown up in her programs and become amazing people that are now contributing to our community. These programs take a lot of personal time and energy, countless hours on and off the court, and at many times, all these things are running at the same time during a season. This means most days, Katie can be found at practice or games after she spends a full day with her 4th graders. This fall, she was coaching these 3rd through 8th grade traveling teams, the 8th grade basketball team, girls basketball team, and a jazz team all at once. From 15 minutes after school got out until about 8:30 p.m. some nights while continuing to be an amazing mother to her 2 amazing daughters. Katie, I have personally watched over the years the incredible influence you've had on so many of our young athletes here in Rawlins. As a mother of one of these girls now, you are a gift to us all. We appreciate you and are beyond grateful for all of our girls to have a wonderful role model.
Well, thank you so much.
Do you want to say anything?
I will. I knew I was going to cry, though. So I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity. You know, when I moved here as a 23-year-old, not knowing much of anything, and I student taught at Rawlins, and I thought, well, this will be a great starting point. And I had no family, still none within 400 miles. But the thing about Rawlins is they wrap their arms around you and they make you feel like a family. And that's kept me here 22 years, and I plan on staying here longer as long as Rawlins will keep me around. But what I've noticed about Rawlins is that anytime someone's in need or someone needs something, you know, you can count on them. So thanks for being a great community, and I truly, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate the award. So thank you.
Picture time.
We're going to move back a little.
So we're gonna go all the way up here, all you girls and family. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, cheese. Congratulations.
Thank you guys so much.
Thanks again, Katie.
This is the most you get. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. And so
Thanks again, Katie.
Thank you for having us.
Yes. I was lucky enough to be one of the parents of one of those fourth graders.
Yeah, I still love those guys. Can't wait to watch them play some ball this weekend.
All right. Moving down to our Police Civil Service Commission appointment, and I did want to tell the council that we are going to do the contested appointments a little differently. The ones that aren't contested, we can do the way we've always done them, but for the ones that are contested, we're going to vote by ballot. And so, Lynn? Oh, yes.
Would it
Councilwoman.
be possible to have the candidates talk?
Absolutely. All right. Michael, would you like to come say a few words about why you're reapplying for appointment?
Okay. I don't have to sign in this time. Honorable Mayor, worthy council, thank you for considering my appointment and allowing me to speak. I fulfilling the second half of the term for Darcy, who passed away, and I am honored to be able to do that for her. And I hope that I was able to represent the police force in the city well in that manner. I was grateful that we were able to work on the Civil Service Police Commission rules. We were able to finish those up for the staff, for the officers, and I also got to be part of many of the interviews and hirings and recommendations for dispatch and for the police officers for the streets. So it was an honor for me just to be able to be part of that. And with your support, I would like to be able to continue that. And I just want to say thank you again for that opportunity.
Thank you, Mike. Is Barlow Curtis?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you come speak as to why you're interested in the position?
I'm interested in getting to know the city better and to see how I can help out in positive ways of trying to see what we can do more positive for the community and just take action upon what needs to be done.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
I have a quick question. You also asked to be appointed on another board, is that correct?
I was filling out the wrong one and I was like, oops, so I switched over real quick.
Okay, so this is the only appointment that you
Yes, ma'am.
are looking for?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ted Garcia. Will you tell us why you would like to be on this board?
Yes, Ted Garcia. I was raised in Rawlins, last 60-some years, retired from law enforcement and corrections, 28 years retiring in 2003, and then went to the railroad for a few years and retired from there. And now I'm retired from both places, and I'd like to continue to serve the community, and I think I could be a good asset for this community.
Thank you.
And that's for your consideration.
Thank you. And thanks for everybody for applying. No matter how the vote goes, we do encourage you guys to apply for our open city positions, and we're just glad that we have so much interest. So, Lynn, I will have everyone pass you their vote.
So the City of Rawlins representative for for the Police Commission, term beginning February 1st, 2025 through January 31st, 2028. Mike Lujan has 5, and Ted Garcia has 2. So it looks like Mike Lujan won.
Thank you, guys. We also have a couple other boards available. We have the Board of Adjustments that will be open till and that runs till January 31st, 2028. And then we have a Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee open as well from December, that goes till December 31st, 2027. All right.
Honorable Mayor.
Yes.
It's a youth.
It's an adult, Myra says.
On the Parks and Rec?
This is the open ones that are open currently. Yeah, not the ones we're appointing tonight.
Yeah, so that's a youth alternative one.
These are the ones that are still available after tonight.
Okay, I get what
Yeah.
you're saying. Okay.
Thank you. All right, moving down to the planning and zoning. And we had 2 open positions and 2 applicants. Jeff, are you available to come speak to us? Please tell us why you'd like to continue on planning and zoning.
Thank you for inviting me up, Madam Mayor and council members. I've been on here for the last 3 years. I've really enjoyed what we've been doing on the commission as far as moving recommendations forward to the council for their consideration. I do want to continue on working on Title 19 because I know that's going to be a big project for the next few years. So I've got a little bit of knowledge on it now and like to continue working within that realm. So
Great.
thank you.
Anybody have questions for Jeff? All right.
Okay.
Chris Weisenberg, would you like to approach and tell us why you'd like to be on planning and zoning?
Honorable Mayor and Council, this is different standing here, but it's all right. No, I was appointed by council for 4 years. It's not a reappointment, it's actually an appointment, but it's, kind of would be somewhere in that. As Mr. Jeff has said there, Title 19 is a big thing. We have a board that works together right now. I think that's a very huge opportunity to keep moving forward on. And one of the things we've done in our time in the 4 years is brought in a lot of economic development from that board via, special use permits from recommendation to move on to council. The Starbucks that passed through council, Maverick coming forward, several other things, the tiny home stuff that's coming. Just want to put it out there, just want to move on and keep on moving forward, be involved in the city with it. And I think the interest I have in this board is just that, to keep moving forward. So,
Councilwoman Lemon?
You also have, or you want to be on the golf course board, correct?
Absolutely.
So if you had one, which one would you prefer?
Both. No, and I'm not trying to be rude, disrespectful. I applied for both because I want to continue on planning and zoning. And I think the Golf Course Advisory Board would be a good fit. I understand what the needs are from budgeting. I understand what the council's desire is of what they'd like to see with the golf course and what the advisory board would do. And that's why I put my name in for both of them. I wasn't trying to be rude, but if I didn't want both of them, I would never have applied for both, so.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris. Does anybody have any further questions for Chris? No? Okay. I would entertain a motion. Councilwoman Lumen?
I move to appoint Jeff Askins to the Planning and Zoning Commission for a term beginning February 1st, 2025, and ending January 31st, 2028.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, Lynn, can we open online voting?
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Can I entertain a second motion? Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Garner.
I move to appoint Chris Weisenberg for the Planning and Zoning Commission for a term beginning February 1st, 2025 and ending January 31st, 2028.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, Lynn, will you open online voting, please?
Online voting is open.
Okay.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, moving down to the Board of Adjustments appointment, and we have one applicant. Stan, would you like to come and tell us why you'd like to continue on the Board of Adjustments?
I'm Stan Bugg, Honorable Mayor, City Council. It's good to see the new members here. Through the years, I've been here since '79, so I've seen a lot of different boards. I'd like to continue on this board. I've been doing it for over 12 years now. Served as chairman for the past 3 or 4 terms. It's something I take very dear to my heart. I think from when I first started this, we have grown tremendously as far as organization, and it's become a very good board. With the help of Anita and Luke Luscano and the City Council here, I'd like to continue on this board. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Stan. Does anybody have any questions for Stan? All right.
Thank you.
I would entertain a motion. Councilmember Lumen.
I move to reappoint Stan Bugg to the Board of Adjustments for a term beginning February 1st, 2025, and ending January 31st, 2028.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, Lynn, will you open online voting, please?
Online voting is open.
Hey.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, moving down to the Rochelle Ranch Golf Course Advisory Board appointment. And we have one applicant and one spot to fill. And Chris already spoke, but do you need to say anything else? Okay. All right, Councilmember Sanger.
I move to appoint Chris Weisenberg to the Rochelle Ranch Golf Course Advisory Board for a term ending December 31st, 2027.
Second.
All right, you have a first and a second. Any discussion? All right, then will you open online voting, please?
Online voting is open. Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, moving down to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee Youth Alternative appointment. And we have one applicant and one position. Hennessy, are you available to tell us why you'd like to be a part of our recreation board? If you're uncomfortable, we can read your application. But thank you so much for applying, Hennessy. I know it's intimidating coming up here. All right, do I have a motion? Councilmember Sanger.
I move to appoint Hennessy Peterson to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee for the 6th and 8th grade alternate youth term ending June 30th, 2025.
Second.
All right, I have a first and a second. Any discussion? I just want to say thank you, Hennessy. I know it's intimidating coming up here. All right. And Lynn, will you open online voting?
Online voting is open.
Yay.
Online voting has closed and motion passes with 7 yeas.
Thank you. Thank you for everybody that has applied for one of our boards, which truly something we need. And if you weren't chosen for one of the boards, remember we have 2 open positions on other boards. All right. Now moving down to reports and information. Rochelle Ranch Golf Course Advisory Board update to council. As members of the board, would you like to come up here?
Good evening, and thank you, Council, for letting us present. I'm Tim Hoffman. I'm chairman of the advisory board. With me is Mr. Steve Skordas on our board, and now Ms. Chris Weisenberger joining our board. Appreciate that. Having a full board is always helpful for our meetings. All right. So we had a pretty good year at the golf course this year. I hope you all have been able to get out there. Our revenue for golf was up 9% year to year. Pro shop revenue was up 18% year to year, so things were much better this year. I know it's not quite going to pay for itself, but all these things are encouraging. Our fee schedule will increase again for 2025, trying to cut back that need that we have every year, but all in all, very good year. Some high points we had for the year. Our golf pro, Kevin Gannon, worked with 53 junior golfers, which is encouraging to see these young kids want to step up. Yeah. Out-of-town rounds, according to Kevin, we're almost 200. So that means we're attracting people from out of town to come here, play some golf, maybe stay at a hotel, use a restaurant, all very encouraging. We were blessed to have the high school state golf at our golf course this year. Hundreds of people in town for this event. Some of us on the advisory board volunteered and helped with this outing, and it was pretty impressive. 2 days of golf with these high schoolers. Wasn't the best of weather, but they toughed it out. And like I said, a lot of people chase these kids around, so it was encouraging to see all this. And it was definitely an overnight stay for most of them. So it's hotels, it's restaurants, helping the town out. 2025, we'll host Wyoming State Junior Tournament. So again, another influx of a lot of people coming to our course. What we'd like to see is that maybe there's some people who haven't seen our course get to come out and see our course and say, wow, it's pretty impressive, and it really is. Course was in great shape. We had the roller working for the greens. We got a new greens mower, which gets everything really nice on our greens. Greens rolling better. If you go to different places and people talk about your course, how did the greens roll? And it's very important that we have that, and they were in great shape this year. Other activities that are at the golf course that are not golf necessarily. The library, I think it's the Library Foundation, sponsors a pumpkin patch and a pumpkin run. So we have events like that at the course. We were finally lucky enough to get our new gas golf carts this year. The advisory board's feeling on this was the battery electric carts were a little more maintenance bound as far as how to keep those batteries charged. Our winters are kind of tough on trying to keep battery charged and things working in that condition. Or the gas carts, you can park them for the winter. Don't need to touch them until spring. They get serviced before they get put to bed for the winter. They get them out in the spring, make sure everything's good, and we're all ready to go again. We're hoping that is a cost saving for the golf course. Outside of just having memberships, etc., the course does have several fundraising tournaments every year. So again, we bring in some people from out of town to get to play our course. Maybe you don't get to see it all and try to bring them back for just coming back to enjoy our course. So one last thing we've got, and we'd like to see this happen, and we think it would definitely help, again, get people involved in golf. We're behind having a simulator at the course. We've been working on this for a few years. There's some money already earmarked. We got some money from H.F. Sinclair. We're very grateful for that. And we'd just like to see it come to fruition. It would give most of us who don't get to golf in the winter a chance to maybe golf and do some fun things out at the golf course. We know there's an issue with the concessionaire at this point, but maybe we can get a concessionaire there. And if we got the simulator, it'll keep them busier all year round. The fun thing about a simulator is you don't have to be a golfer to use a simulator. Just like Topgolf, people go to these places. If you look at the Topgolf numbers, it's encouraging to see how many people actually just want to hack at golf a little bit. So a simulator can be a good plus for that. All in all, we had a pretty good year, I think. The course was in great shape. The new covers for the greens over the winter definitely made a big change, because I know when they pulled the covers off last spring, they were green. It was actually encouraging to see that. They weren't burned out. They weren't dead from the cold. Very, very encouraging. So it's another plus for us to get the year off on a good foot. So all in all, that's what we have for the year. And like I said, thank you for continuing to support our golf course. I think it's a great recreational opportunity, and the more people we can get out there, the better. It is an amazing course.
Great. Does anybody have any questions for Tim and his team? Go ahead.
I do.
Councilmember.
Were the golf carts, were they purchased, or are they being rented or leased?
They're on a 5-year lease.
Okay. How many golf carts?
45. Yeah.
45.
It's about as many as you need to have 18 holes of tournament golf.
Oh,
That's what
okay.
you're always targeting, is trying to make sure everyone has a cart.
That's all I have.
Well, we want to thank you.
Oh.
With some thank you cards, it's not
Oh.
enough, but
Not winning the lottery?
Yeah. Thank
Appreciate
you so
it.
much for all
Okay.
that you do.
Great, thank you.
And state golf was amazing this year. All right. Moving on to the Shooting Range Advisory Board update. And Chair Jim Shearer and his team.
Brett Wilkes and his team.
Oh, okay. Come on up.
I'm Brent Wilkes. I'm the active chair. Thanks for having us,
Thank you.
Mayor and Council. We're just going to take turns going through this, so bear with us. Things going on at the ranges, indoor and outdoor. Updates and renovations done in 2024 to the indoor range was the new counters, new shooting stations, new flooring to the indoor range. Projects in progress. Repair and replace lighting as needed, update target controls, improved hours, improved membership numbers, improved membership benefits, and improved revenues. At the outdoor range, for those who have not been out there, it's a 300-yard range with a covered 10-position line with benches. Has a 1,000-yard range, 10 pistol bays, archery, 5 stand and skeet and trap shooting. Improvements in 2024 included improvements to the entrance road, improvements to the 1,000-yard range road, repairs to the clubhouse, metal entrance sign was installed. If anybody goes to the dump, you'll probably seen the big red sign right beside the road. Improvements in 2025, we're looking at outdoor range master plan update in progress. 3D walking range, a grant would be required. Safety-related projects, ricochet management on the 300-yard range, repairing and restaining the pistol walls, and other goals for 2025, Women's Shooting League, NRA tournament at the outdoor range, improved revenues, and membership benefits.
Thanks, Brent. I'm Jim Ainsworth.
Brent and I are the senior members of the shooting board. I've been on the shooting board since 2002, but I've actually been involved with the development of the range since 1995 when the city first dealt with BLM and obtained the land for the shooting range. One of the main things that I do is the Junior Rifle League. 8 years old to all the way up to 18, although we usually lose kids when they turn about 13 or 14. They've discovered boys and or girls. Okay. The Junior Rifle League was designed to teach young shooters a safety and marksmanship in a fun and controlled environment. It's been a positive event in our community, great involvement for our youth for over 30 years. As a matter of fact, it's been exactly 31 years since I started with the Junior Rifle program. This past year, we had 37 junior rifle shooters in three classes, from ages 8 to 11. 22 of those 37 shooters were brand new, had never pulled a trigger. And those are the ones that we like the best. Okay, they learn quickly. The other youth program, there is a 4-H program that utilizes our range and includes about 35 participants in the 4-H program. Many of those 4-H kids grew up in the Junior Rifle League to start with. We are also looking at trying to begin a high school skeet teams. There are 2 other locations in the state that have skeet teams in the high school. And speaking of high school competitions, earlier this summer, we hosted the high school rodeo championship. And a part of that thing was shooting, 22 rifle shooting at the outdoor range, and trap shooting also at the outdoor range. And if you didn't have a chance to meet any of those kids, you would be totally amazed at their professionalism as rodeo participants. Okay, every one. There are bull riders. There are ropers, there are barrel riders, they were great kids. We also utilize both the indoor and outdoor ranges in our hunter safety program. We had hunter safety classes last year with almost 100 kids that were certified last year as safe hunters. That's another one of our very good programs that more than one of us on the board participate in hunter safety and in junior rifle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Megan?
My name is Megan McComas. I've been on the board for, I think, last January. I'm currently the first alternative on the board. For classes, we of course do the firearm safety and concealed carry are always held at our ranges, and they include local and out-of-town shooters. Many of these shooters do go on to become members of the ranges. In addition, hunter safety for adults and shooting clinics are held at the ranges. Law enforcement training and qualifications are held at the ranges by at least 2 agencies. We had 3 free sight-in days during 2024. They were focused on the rifle ranges. However, all ranges were available for use. It is estimated that nearly 200 shooters used the range on each of these days, totaling nearly 600 shooters. For day use during 2024, there were over 584 daily use fees paid. This does not include tournament participation, free sight-in days, classes, law enforcement use, hunter safety, junior rifle league, range memberships, 4-H use, leagues, or private rental use. It's estimated to be over 1,000 users. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to us. I'm Jim Shearer. I've been on the range board for, I think it's 4 years now. We also hold many tournaments out there at the outdoor range and the indoor range. There's long-range shooting, there's action pistol, there's a steel match. Actually, there are 2 steel matches. Do cowboy action shooting, a Glock match, and there's shows us over 300 participants combined in all of those. I would say there's probably even a little more than that. But a lot of people come from out of town, around the state, to come here and compete in some of these events. And then the board participation. Everyone on the board has taken a range safety officer course, so we are all certified as range safety officers, so we can do whatever needs to be done out there. We attend many meetings and workshops. We do a lot of work projects out at the range. We've done community relations events. You probably saw our booth at Adventure Fest. We do education programs. And just in 2024, the board members have approximately 1,000 hours of contributed volunteer time, which equals out to about the same as 6 months of a full-time employee that the city's not paying for. We are trying to update the master plan that was designed many years ago when the range was first put in. Some sections of it were completed last year. When we get it all done, we want to bring it to the board so that it can be approved. Our focus is on safety and our future range improvements so the range can get used more. This master plan, when it's finished, will be essential to receiving more grants and more funding for further improvements. We have goals. It's hard to be on a board and not have some goals. Getting our bylaws passed by council. I understand that's supposed to happen sometime next month. This will make it possible for board members to do more repairs and improvements to the range without having to wait for a city employee to be available. Currently, our board is considered an advisory board. We are changing that, hopefully, if you guys approve it, to an advisory/action board. So then we can do more work. We can actually do something that is going to be significant. Also on our goals, we want to increase the revenues coming into the shooting range. We've spent a lot of time this past year working on things. What can we do? What can we not do? We want to increase the member benefits, hopefully without increasing expense to the city. But we want to make it so people want to be members of this shooting range. We want to increase participation in events and use of the range. We need to convince the people in the city that this is a viable piece of city property that they need to be partaking of. And I especially want to thank our city manager for being the first city manager ever to come to a shooting range board meeting. And I would like to thank the city attorney for coming out and helping us with our, we can do that, and no, we can't do that. And when we have all these figured out, we'll be back to see you. Thank you very much for your time.
Does anybody have any questions for the board before they?
I do not.
All right, I have some thank you cards
That's you.
as a small token of our appreciation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys. All right, moving down to city manager and staff reports. City manager Tom Sarby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and Honorable Council. Just a couple quick updates tonight. First off, I know many members of the council will be attending the winter conference of the Wyoming Association of Municipalities in Cheyenne later this week. I will be over tomorrow afternoon through Friday. And so I will have Lou Lascano be the acting city manager while I'm gone. So any issues that happen to come up, you can go find Lou. His office is upstairs here at City Hall, so. The only other thing to report is, since we've looked at the rates tonight, we are working on the budget. Our work is really going to pick up in my office with budget preparation. What we always do every year is I have prepared budget work papers that I send out to the department heads with some expectations and with some things to reach. They will go through those line items and make a recommendation to me on those items. And then what we will do is go through those items really well, and then I will come up with a preliminary budget that I will present to council. And we will try to have this ready about the 1st of April, the end of March timeframe. We will do a preliminary budget where council can look through the numbers and ask questions, see what our directions are. And then we will do 3 readings of the budget. The first reading is usually the longest. We usually go through that in depth, and then we adopt the budget. This year, I would really like to do some strategic planning with council this year. And so we are probably looking probably towards the first to second week of February before I will have enough information that I can sit down with council and we can have some numbers to work with, and I can kind of hear what council wants to do as far as a strategic plan for fiscal year 26. So that will be, like I said, first, second week of February that we will shoot for that. So with that, that's my report.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions? All right. City Attorney report.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you. Just short update. I will also be attending WHAM with everybody, so I look forward to seeing you there. And I am working with Tom to schedule a work session regarding the nuisances. We're looking forward to maybe the second week in February or the first week in March.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, next on the agenda is City Council updates. Does anybody have anything they'd like to report? Or any questions or direction to Tom? Vice Mayor?
I don't have any updates. I do have a question for you, Tom. Do you roughly know how many hours you're putting in per week?
Madam Mayor,
How many hours are in a week?
Councilman Gardner, yeah, it's probably between 70 and 80.
I know this has been an ongoing issue with with just how much time you're putting in. I'm curious, we had the HR position that was essentially frozen. Would unfreezing some of these positions, I know it's before we're going to get into the budget, help alleviate any of this workload that you're seeing, these long hours each week?
Madam Mayor, Councilman, or Vice Mayor, yes, we did essentially freeze the human resources position. We've kept the finance position open, and we've had recruiting efforts in the finance. The human resources position, we hired essentially an administrative staff that could do the filing, paperwork, and those things. But a lot of what I've been spending my time, and a lot of the parts where I am not reaching council expectations, would be alleviated with the human resources director.
And so with that being said, and this would be council's pleasure, is this a position maybe we could release right now for him and let him, and maybe with your discretion, you could go through the books before you hire a position. Unfreeze this. That way, if you find, hey, we can move a little money here before we get to the budgeting, and get this position moving. Would the council be interested in doing that so that he can get some relief? Because 78 hours a week is a lot, and I know the HR is going to help. The financial position is going to be a huge one for you too. And the HR is going to be great for the city. I think it's going to be a huge benefit to get that position back for our employees. And we'll figure out the costs. I mean, that's what our job is to do. So if, I don't know how to.
Don't we have that position still out for hire, which just not, wasn't in it? It's still.
Madam Mayor, yeah, what has essentially happened is with the budget, kind of where it's at, I just haven't felt comfortable going further into the budget crisis with this. And so that's kind of, why I've been holding off a little bit, is to get into the numbers with the budget and see if we could justify that. I felt the way the budget ended last year, it was hard to justify any additional spending, even these critical positions. And I feel that we're somewhat still there, but I know that council is asking me to look into salaries, and that's definitely a human resources thing where we could get into the salary schedule, that we had. We've talked a lot about the employee manual, looking at, and that definitely falls under human resources. And I've had that on my desk, and I've looked through that, and it takes a lot of time to write those policies, read those. And so those are areas that I have fallen short of council expectation that human resources would really help. And so I would put a human resources director very high on my list. There are departments within the city right now that are really struggling trying to hold staff, and that's just because our salaries just aren't competitive with those that we're competing with. And a lot of those areas we lose staff to out-of-town municipalities and different things because hourly rates can be anywhere from $7 to $10 more an hour at a different municipality right now. And so we just have so many needs budget-wise that we really need to prioritize, and we need to find solutions to a lot of our budget situation right now. Where we talked about it a lot last year. We did a lot of things, but we didn't quite solve the issue like we should. And that's going to be part of the work that we'll have to do this year. So,
Councilmember Sanger, did you have something?
Well, if we're gonna do that, that's an action item, we're gonna need to put it under new business. I mean, then we can have a discussion, because currently we can't, because there's no motion on the floor.
Councilmember Garner?
You can just pick where you want to set it.
Oh, okay.
So,
Was it, I'm just curious, do you remember, was it an action item when we had him freeze it? It was, okay.
frozen positions, we're all under new business.
So would the council be okay with doing
You
that?
have to do it, you have to.
Yeah, adding it to the
Right,
action
but
item.
then we have to make a motion to approve it, then we can talk about it.
Okay.
So, do you have a motion?
We have to move, is he gonna make the motion?
In
reports, wait until you get to new business.
Oh, okay.
And then we can place it in new business.
Okay.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
it'd be item L.
All right. Any other discussion?
I have a comment. I know that Mr. Tom, he's worried about the finances, but your health is very important. And that does take a toll on your health, working that many hours. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate council so much. You guys really need the support.
Councilmember Lumen?
I know we briefly talked about this earlier, but I know you have money set aside to recruit, try to find somebody. Maybe we need to also look at some other recruiting options, because it seems like the path you're going right now, you're not getting the necessary candidates for the financial director, and that is absolutely imperative for you to have. So maybe we could look at some other options as far as trying to get and find those qualified people who love the great outdoors and the Rawlins friendly people.
Thank you.
Okay. There's nothing under unfinished business. Moving down to new business. And we have the appointment to the Carbon County Council of Government voting delegate for the term January 2025 through December 2026. And we had one person interested in serving on this board when I asked, and that was myself. So, Councilmember Lumen?
I would like to move to appoint Madam Mayor Wells as the Rawlins City Council representative and voting delegate to Carbon County Council of Governments for the January 2025 through December 2026 term.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All those in, I'm sorry. Can I open online voting, Lynn?
Online voting is open.
Okay.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, moving on to the approval and appointment of the City of Rawlins Board of Adjustments as a city council representative for the term of January 2025 through December 2026. I had one interested council member in reappointing, and that was Bruce Seeloff. Do I hear a motion? Council Member Sanger.
I move to appoint Bruce Seeloff as the Rawlins City Council representative to Board of Adjustments for the term of January 25th through December of 2026.
Second.
Any discussion? All right. Lynn, will you open online voting?
Online voting is open.
Okay.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
So the next one is the appointment of the City of Rawlins Planning and Zoning Commission as a city council representative for the term of January 2025 through December 2026. And I did have two people interested. That was Councilmember Lumen and Councilmember Patterson. And so we decided that we would do the voting as we did with the boards, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
City of Rawlins for the city representative for the Planning and Zoning Commission, term beginning January 2025 through December 2026. 4 votes for Tanya Lumen and 3 votes for Terry Havison. So the person that would represent will be Tanya Lumen.
Thank you both for your interest. All right, moving down to the appointment to the City Council, City of Rawlins Urban Systems Committee as the City Council representative for the term January 2025 through December 2026. And I only had one interested, and that was Vice Mayor Garner. Do I hear a motion? Councilmember Sanger.
I move to appoint Vice Mayor Darrell Garner as the city representative to the Urban Systems Committee for the term of January 2025 through December 2026.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Lynn, will you open online voting?
Online voting is open.
Okay.
Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, moving down to the appointment to the City of Rawlins DDA Authority as the City Council representative for the term of January 2025 through December 2026. And I believe Councilmember Sangers
10 years worth.
wants to continue on that. Do I hear a motion? Councilmember Lumen.
Sorry, looking for the wording, but it's not on there, is it?
Under recommended action. Like the third one from the top.
You're right there.
Do you see it under 8E?
There it is. I move to appoint Steve Sanger, Councilmember Steve Sanger, as the City Council representative to the Downtown Development Authority for the term of January 2025 through December 2026.
Second.
All right, the motion's been made and seconded. Do I have any discussion? All right, Lynn, will you open online voting, please?
Online voting is open.
Okay.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Expenditure. We need to amend the agenda to allow Councilman Garner to place his motion on the floor. So we'll be placing, Lynn will be placing after H, so I will become what he's going to place onto the agenda.
You ready?
No, so I'm doing it now so you have the.
Oh, gotcha. Well, I was gonna read this so she could write it down. Didn't know she.
So I'm moving to amend the agenda to place Councilman Garner on the agenda under I.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion about placing Councilmember Garner?
He'll be presenting his motion
All right.
under I.
Lynn, when you're ready, please open online voting.
It's gonna,
We're gonna have to refresh
Okay.
in order to get
it's gonna
there.
be a roll call.
Okay, we can do that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye. Not opposed, but I'm going for it. Eric Elliott.
Okay. And I believe we need to refresh and log back
No,
in.
we just voted.
Not yet, oh, okay. Okay,
So if you want to continue on with the agenda, I will add that.
all right, thanks, Lynn. All right, moving on to item F, approval of a landfill fee reduction waiver for the garage located at 417 First Street in Rawlins, Wyoming. And I do want to disclose that I will have to abstain from this vote. Do I hear a motion? Councilmember Singer.
We have a dollar amount of $5,000. We would have to put this under that and then discuss the actual amount, if we're going to change that.
Okay.
All right, so I move to waive $5,000 from the demolition of a garage located at 417 First Street, Rawlins, Wyoming.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, well, Lou, would you like to come present?
You sat here all night. Oh.
Honorable Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Garner, Council, was approached with a garage that was built in 1916, which in the report there was an engineer assessment done with that. These were built in 1916. According to the county assessors, the home was also built at that time. There is currently a living quarters which hasn't been used in years. The floor is buckled in that apartment. There's heaving on the concrete, heavy cracks on the stem walls, undermining of the slabs that are there. We discussed this, and yes, the limit is $5,000, but we had a discussion today that the attorney and myself, that we're gonna try and tighten this up a little bit, so when whoever comes for a landfill fee waiver, we're gonna have a form that we're gonna go through and assess it that way. And that's going to clear up this section 818 in our municipal code, which I think we won't even have to come to this part of this council meeting. It'll be eliminated at the meeting.
Okay. Councilmember Lumen first.
So the 5,000, is that the total cost it
No,
would take? Or what percentage is 5,000 of the total cost?
What we look at is we look at a dollar amount, what the landfill is going to charge, with the concrete that's present and the structure itself. I'm sure it's going to far exceed the 5,000. So it's hard to really determine what you have, especially with the concrete slabs. You don't have a real weight to determine what's going to go until they go across that scale. So that's where our cutoff is at 5,000. So it's council's pleasure on what we want to do with this. Like I said, this is going to get cleaned up. It'll be a huge cleanup with our way we do things now, with the next one that comes to my office for approval and brought to the council.
Councilmember Sanger?
So we've set precedent that the largest amount we normally give out is $2,500. We don't normally go beyond that. So that would be, if we're going to do that, we would have to amend the motion to go back and enter an amount of $2,500, but we have to have that discussion whether we're going to do that.
Oh, I have additional discussion and consideration for council. So attached in the materials is the ordinance. So it's 818-030. And specifically, this relates, this ordinance and the waiver was included, and the intention of this ordinance was to cover a reduction or waiver of landfill fees up to $5,000. Specifically, the ordinance requires that a waiver or reduction of landfill fees accompanies a dangerous building action or abatement. So that's the way the ordinance, the requirements for the ordinance, and that's the tone that we are, that Lou and I are discussing, and how to proceed with this going forward. And specifically, the requirements are that an application for a reduction of the landfill fees sets forth the financial need and indigency of the owner. So there is an economic factor that is supposed to be considered. However, the council has provided waivers and reductions under different grounds. So for example, overall beautification efforts. So although this is included in the dangerous buildings section, that's where it is technically located. It is also, council does have the ability to waive fees for applicants for other situations.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Lumen?
Can I amend the motion to lower the amount from 5,000 to 2,500?
Just make the motion. I move to
I move to change the amount from 5,000 to 2,500.
There a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion on the second motion? All right. Lynn, can you open online voting?
Online voting is open.
Okay.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 abstain. The 1 abstain was Madam Mayor Wells.
All right. Moving down to item G.
Thank you.
The approval of replacing 2 river pumps located at the Rochelle Ranch Golf Course. Do I hear a motion? Councilmember Singer?
I move to approve the request to Arvada Pump to replace the 2 current pumps totaling $139,448. The project is estimated to take up to 18 weeks to complete, and further delaying the project would put the Rochelle Ranch Golf Course at risk of losing turf.
Second.
All right, the motion's been made and seconded. Cody, would you?
Madam Mayor, Honorable Council. This fall, we unfortunately had a failure of our pumps, our river pumps. A little background, in 2001, 2002, the river pump station was installed, and pumps were put in at that time. And for about 22 years, these pumps have been functioning without fail. But as of this last fall, we started losing pressures on it about last fall, and we started noticing a considerable drop this last year. Probably about the end of golf season, end of fall, we were barely getting any kind of water pressures up to the irrigation pond, which these pumps are supposed to be able to produce enough head pressure to get us to all the way up to our reservoirs, to fill our reservoirs in the wintertime. After we went through our irrigation season and went into fall, we got into our wet wells, drained our wet well out there to do an inspection to see if there was heavy sediment buildup in the bottom of our wet well. Because of our regular cleaning of it, we found that there was no sediment buildup around our pump heads. So at that point, we started taking things apart and doing a deeper inspection. With some pictures that we took of the impellers on the hydraulic head of these pumps, we sent them off to a couple of the hydraulic people that we have, and they said basically our impellers were worn to a point of no return and that they needed to be rebuilt. Upon talking to some of these companies, they recommended that these pumps be rebuilt about every 8 years. But since our pumps, we only function them about 4 to 6 months a year, we should theoretically be able to get about 16 years out of them functioning. But because when we built the building and just started running the pumps, they both kind of ran at the same time. This time, what we plan to do is run one pump 1 year and one pump the next year to kind of offset the years to, once we get to that 16-year mark, we can start rolling it over. So we don't have to replace both of them at the same time every time this comes to this point, and we have a redundancy in our system. And also looking forward to the future, we need to have a redundant on that system. If we're going to be working on our transmission line and taking that down, we need to have those pumps being able to fill our reservoirs so we can run that reservoir water through our pretreatment plant and serve the city of Rawlins with clean potable water. So we really need to have both of the pumps replaced and get back online. And with this 18-week turnaround schedule, we're really wanting to push them. That'll put us probably, I think, May, June of this next spring. It is getting really close in there. That's why we really want to try to do this emergency and get it moving fast. We may have some time to backflow some water from the reservoirs to the golf course if that time frame goes a little bit further. We've got some other ways to suffice for a little bit, but we really need to get this going as soon as possible so we can get the pumps in. As of right now, we have them apart and in pieces ready to be shipped off. So I'm hoping by first week in February, weather permitting right now, we can get these run down and get them going right away.
All right. Any questions?
So you're saying replace, so are you planning on replacing with new pumps or sending these out for repair?
So there's parts of them are going to be
or rebuilt,
rebuilt, and
correct.
Parts of them are going to be new. So it's a little bit of both in these pumps that they're going to be doing. The hydraulic head, a lot of the components will be new. The water column section will be reused and rebuilt. That was one of the issues that we had with it, is when these columns were put in originally, the column was put in with couplers and just basically screwing two pieces of pipe together, and they were at such a rusted state we had to cut them apart to get them apart. So now we're going to be actually putting in flanges in there to where it can come apart a little bit easier, and so we'll be rebuilding the column section of it and new hydraulic ends.
Okay, that's all.
Any further questions? Councilmember Garner?
Looking at the proposal for the cost, each unit is $70,425. That's over the threshold for going, or the requirement to go out to bid. Are we going to be okay not going out to bid on this project?
That's kind of why we're here, for you guys to make that decision. If we go out to bid, we will lose the summer, we won't have pumps.
Do we have a choice to
Yeah, it's kind of, we were bringing it to you guys as an emergency declaration, because if we do not get this time frame going, the bid is about 3 months to get people back. It took us 3 months to get a couple of these two pump companies to even reach out to us and give us a bid. I don't see any company bidding on these pumps, so if we don't, then we lose 3 months, and then we're just right back here asking them to do the 18 weeks. So we would absolutely lose irrigation this summer.
Councilmember Lumen?
Anita, is there any written formal bid waiver process?
Actually, I was just about to pull it up. There, within the purchasing policy from the one that is the current active purchasing policy from 2019, there is a provision for emergency purchases that this is a prime example of that, because of timing, because of the immediate and imminent need. So there is a way around that. I don't have that in front of me at the moment, but there is a provision.
Thank you.
Councilmember Elliott?
Is this to benefit the city, or is this more to put water on the golf course?
This is both. These pumps actually provide water when we need it in upcoming projects that we're going to have for the water system. So, for instance, we are going to rebuild blow-offs for our transmission line. That transmission line will be shut down. What we will be using is our reservoirs up there, and if we don't have a way to pump water up to them, then we will run out of water very fast. So, yes, it is for irrigation of the golf course, because it comes off the river as raw water. It's not being treated for the golf course, but it also pumps water all the way up to our reservoirs, through the Thayer Booster Station and into Atlantic Rim.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garner.
So, if I'm hearing correctly, we don't have a backup. So this not having a backup, I can see how this would fall under that emergency she's talking about.
Yes.
And, okay, that's all I need. Just want to make sure we're good there.
Councilmember Patterson.
Are these the pumps at the golf course or at the river pump station?
This is at the river pump station, sir.
Okay, so they're down at the river themselves?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All right, Lynn, will you open online voting, please?
Online voting is open.
Okay.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, moving on to the final approval of the fiscal year 2024 financial audit. Councilmember Lumen?
I move to accept the financial year 2024 financial audit report as presented by Carver, Floric, and James CPAs.
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Tom, will you give us a rundown?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. This year's independent auditor report was performed by the accounting firm of Carver, Floric, and James. This year, this is the first year that they've done our audit, so we switched. This is the first year. Took a little longer this year. The first year usually takes longer, so they could test controls and those types of things. I do want just to bring to your attention on page 1 of the report is the independent auditor's report. And the second paragraph under the opinions, it just says, in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position of the governmental activities and business type activities, each major fund and the aggregate remaining fund information of the city as of June 30th, 2024. So what that essentially says is that we received a clean opinion. We've got a clean bill of health from them. So they came in, as they'll discuss here, and they looked at our internal controls. They wanted to make sure that we had the proper checks and balances for what we do, so that if there were fraudulent activities or errors within our system, that they would be caught in there. So our responsibility within this audit is to present them with numbers for them to test and to tell us whether they're right or whether they're wrong, the numbers. And we take great pride in the finance office of presenting to them all of the numbers of the city. That was all of their work that they tested. And their testing came back that our numbers were good and that our financial statements are in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. The only other thing real quickly to mention, clear to the back of the report, they as they do the audit, they find some items to report to council that they call a deficiency. And there were 3 different findings that they had. The first finding is on page 60, and they call it segregation of duties. And what that means is our finance staff is not large enough to have a full set of internal controls. So they tested what we did. They came out good, but we have staff without enough staff. We have people performing like 2 different responsibilities. Yeah. Okay, and if it was just one, we would have this removed. So this is just a standard deficiency for our size. The second one on page 61 is the bank signers. So we had a former employee that was currently listed on the bank signers at the bank that was no longer with us, and so that they wrote that in. Even though that is true, we keep the checks under lock that only certain employees can get in there, and they're within the office. So we felt we were at no risk, but that happened. When they got it, there was a former employee on there. And the last finding is the landfill closure liability. And what happened with that is the previous audit firm that we had was recognizing the closure, post-closure, based on an amortization schedule over time. So each year they'd amortize it. GASB 18 clearly states that we have to recognize that liability upon the remaining capacity at the landfill fixed in this last audit report. But up till then, it was not reported correctly. But it is in our report now, and we have plans to move forward. So those were the only three findings, and all of the numbers that we presented to them, they found to be accurate and right. So this is a clean report.
Do we have any questions? All right, when you're ready, Lynn, open online voting, please.
Online voting is open.
Okay.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
All right, moving down to the discussion about the Rochelle Ranch concessionaire agreement.
That's what we placed.
Oh, I'm sorry. We need to refresh.
Refresh, did you?
No.
I refreshed when it came up.
Thank you. Let me get back in. All right, excuse me. Item I, unfreezing the human resource position. Councilmember Garner.
Move to unfreeze the human resource position and advertise this position.
Second.
Any discussion? All right. Then will you open online voting, please?
Online voting is open.
Okay.
Online voting has closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
Now moving on to item J. Discussion about the Rochelle Ranch concessionaire. So this was added to the agenda to serve as an opportunity for Wynn to voice any open concerns about the contract and serve as a platform for the public to voice any concerns as well. With this, we discontinued that contract based on several breaches of his contract. But Wynn was invited by several people in several different means to be here tonight. And I'm not aware he's here.
He's not here.
Okay. Does anybody from the public would like to speak about this item or the council? Can you sign in and please state your name for the record?
Mayor Wells, Mr. Patterson, Mr. Garner, Miss Mayberry, is it Mayberry?
Yes.
And Mr. Sarvey, Ms. Miller, and the rest of our honored guests here, our honored City Council. My name is Jim Kelson, and if you look out the cemetery, there's probably 4 generations of my family there, and I'll probably buy my plot there too. And I've been a school teacher in Rawlins for 20 years, 40 years total school teacher. I just retired. I'm a house husband, and I also a music director at Rawlins Cooperative Parish. And let's just give you a background of who I am. I've taught like your kids, and Terry and I went to school together. And I've taught your kids, of course, Mr. Sanger. So I realized this might be an exercise in futility because Wynn probably might be through because he's not here to talk about his agreement. But I was talking to a friend, Alice, at Walmart, and she goes, these breaches of his contract are small, you know. He left his bar at the Jeffrey Center, I understand, and he also hired people to come serve alcohol, the liquor at some of these parties that he had arranged. And those things are under, I don't see as they being all that material breach, but I don't know. But when, let's see, he's probably the 6th or 7th concessionaire we've had since the golf course opened in '04, and which I was a charter member of. And so we've gone through quite a few. But Wen has been the one that's really dedicated himself to keeping the place open all year long, attracting, you know, like the Shriners, they had a deal there, and just different private parties. I know he did my sister's funeral, memorial service last summer, and he had 2 things going on the same day, us in the afternoon and a class reunion in the evening. So my point is that he's a really hard worker. He keeps the place clean. He's very organized. His employees have all been happy. Works to do special occasions. He really just runs a tight ship, and very personable person. He's from Texas, I know, and he's every conversation I've had with him has been wonderful. He's done some wonderful things for my family, and so, Mr. Patterson, you the first thing you did as council member this year was this last meeting when you guys decided to discontinue his contract.
It was before me, sorry, bud.
Oh, it was, I thought it was,
It took place at the beginning of the meeting,
oh,
prior to the new council being sworn.
but Mr. Patterson's my councilman. And the who's the at-large? You are, do the at-large, okay. Well, so, and as an avid golfer and a real supporter of the golf course, I just hate to see Wynn go. I don't know if there's anything we can do to patch things up, but that would be good. You know, I know he's probably got his Texan up, his dander, you know, he's probably not too happy because he's worked really hard and just never a bad meal. You know, there are issues like price and items on the menu, but those are issues that can be ironed out. These aren't issues that can't be ironed out. They're just sub-issues. So, I don't know. Does the city establish the number of liquor licenses that are in the town? state does. State does, per capita, per person. So we're maxed out. Well, but you're gonna keep a liquor license for the next concessionaire, aren't you? Probably, for the next guy who goes in there. Because it's nice to go in and have a hot dog or a hamburger and buy a six-pack to go on the course with, and have the sober driver drive the cart. But, yeah, I just hate to see him go. And if you could patch things up, I would think that would be a good idea, but I don't know if I might be just, this all might be moot in a way, but I just hate to see him go because he's such a hard worker and very well organized and knows what he's doing. And we've gone through so many that, I'm just here to voice my support for Mr. Hammond, and I don't know why you would all, over just those two little things. I know it's a liquor license and it's a big thing, but I don't think it was just such a material breach. Would anybody want to address that?
First, I'll let Councilmember Elliott.
So that was also before me, but he's not here tonight.
No, that's true.
And I don't know what it was with that situation, but I would suspect it was greater than that they're not able to discuss.
You can't.
I mean, I don't know.
Well, that's all I heard was the liquor license things that they may be. Well, these are all just things hearsay. But I know that leaving the bar at the Jeffrey Center set up and didn't take it down that after the event, and that he had a couple special occasions where he brought in people that did have a liquor license, and they did the liquor at that party while he did the food.
And I'll tell you that I never ate there. I've only seen or read about how popular he was here in town.
Yeah.
So I would encourage him to maybe open up a place that's available in town.
Maybe, I don't know what you all can do to reapproach him, but that'd be a good thing. That's just my idea, though, I just throwing out ideas.
Sure.
Anybody else? I'm sorry.
I just want to mention that Councilmember Elliott is right. We really can't discuss all of the breaches of the contract, but it was multiple breaches of the contract.
Besides the two I mentioned? But were they major breaches? I mean, little things here and there, and when he's a character, that's what makes him unique and artistic, when it comes to doing creative things. They're like that.
Councilwoman Lumen?
I have eaten out there. It was really good food. I enjoyed the time I was out there. Know that the council is here for the town, and we do everything we can possibly do to help promote our town. And having a restaurant at the golf course is very important in order to, like you said, for the golfers, to encourage them to come out and spend time, spend money out there. So we did not take this lightly. And there have been instances, other situations, where someone has done something wrong, so to speak, and we've worked that out. They've come to us, they've apologized, they've worked that out. But just know that the council, I would hope that you have enough trust in the council to know that we didn't take this lightly. And like Madam Mayor said, it was multiple breaches of his contract. It wasn't just one thing, two things. And that was a difficult decision for us to make. But we make these decisions for the good of the city. And we do really hope that we can find somebody to replace him, because we know that's an important part of the atmosphere out there is that restaurant.
Oh, yeah, because people come down there just to eat. And he did such a good job of keeping the place open. When it's clear down that road, you know, it's not in a location, well, it's at the golf course. And so it's hard for him to keep it open. And not all the golfers are all that supportive of the restaurant as it is anyway. So it takes the community to keep it going. And
Well, we thank you for coming and speaking,
You wanna say
Mr. Kelson. All right. Councilmember Singer, did you have something? All right. Any further discussion? All right, moving on. This is a discussion item as well, and it's about meeting locations for city council members to use, and I'm going to pass this over to Councilmember Elliott.
I need a location available to me to meet with my ward members. It's very important. We did have one meeting. There was people that showed up, people that have lived in Ward 1 for 40 years. Another person lived on Ward 1 for greater than 50 years. And they knew each other just seeing them, but they never interacted. I also need to know what my constituents want from me. I need to get feedback from them. So I need a place to meet with them. And being on the city council for the citizens of Rawlins, I don't see where there would be, where I would have to rent a facility. You know, the city owns properties that can be utilized. I'm saying for Ward 1, right? So I don't know how other council members feel, but it's very important to me with the people. That's why we're here, for the people. And so I asked the city to provide me with a place to meet with my constituents. I would give them ample notice, and the cost of doing it to meeting with them is minimal, if anything at all. But the impact of meeting with your constituents is great. It's very beneficial.
Councilmember Singer?
The drawback here is we cannot give to you what we cannot give to them. You cannot give them a building for free.
Who would we be giving the building to?
Well, if we give it to you, you're asking for it for free. They would never be able to walk into City Hall and ask the question, I want that building for free. That's not going to happen.
Would a city council person
You
be able to
cannot be
have?
special in that regard.
No, not myself being special, but
You're asking for a building that they would have to pay for.
a building that is available to every council member so they can meet with their wards.
It's not available to every council member. If a person in the city came to the city and said, I want to use the depot for free, that's not going to happen. And if their answer was, well, I want to have a meeting and I want to meet my council member in that building for free,
Sure.
that wouldn't happen.
Why is that?
Because we don't give the building away for free. They all have rental. You went through, you saw the list.
I saw the list.
Right, and the list is very clear. If you're going to use the building, there's a cost to using the building. There's a cost to maintaining the building. There's a cost to cleaning the building. Those things occur. It doesn't matter if it's you. You can't ask on their behalf that they get to use that building for free.
Not asking on their behalf. I'm asking on my behalf to meet with my constituents.
To meet with them in the building for free.
Exactly. So how do you meet with your constituents? How do you
Usually at the supermarket.
I'm
They're
sure,
yelling at me.
but I'm sure you do. But I'm telling you that you're not going to get a group of people. So I had a group of people.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people interested in it, and I would say that you should meet with your constituents.
Oh, I do
Now
every
I'll
day
tell you.
when I go to the grocery
Yeah,
store.
you don't meet with all of them though, and I'll tell you that in the past,
We have a meeting every 2 weeks in this building where
the
we're
city
all
council
sitting-
meeting, where
we're all
somebody
sitting
can
here.
present for 5 minutes and we have no interaction back to them. That is not fair.
Unless they want to get themselves placed on the agenda with a discussion item, which is what we're doing right now.
I don't understand how you would not be able to get to know your people. I mean, people that have lived in your neighborhood or who you're representing, how you're not able to know who each person is and interact with them and getting your ward together to meet. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. Meeting them at the grocery store, what happens if I place my order online for groceries and I just go pick it up there? Then I ain't meeting them.
Then you go meet them at their place.
At their house.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, I don't believe it's the same thing. There has to be a building. In fact, I spoke with the previous mayor and they said that the depot is city property and we can use it. So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I have a few things. You said you had a meeting, so you went to Tom and asked for a place to meet?
I did not. I went to Lou Loscano and Lou referred me to Chief Robbins. In December, it was approved. The night of the meeting, I was told that we are not allowed to use it.
Okay. You do know that you, as a council member, are in control of, partly, a seventh control of, 3 people. City manager, city lawyer, city judge. You cannot tell a city employee what to do.
Did not tell a city employee what to do.
You asked them, okay. But that request should go to Tom, not to a city employee.
I should have been referred back to Tom. I did not know that.
Correct, okay. Just for further reference, if you want anything, you need to go through Tom.
I will.
Okay. That's the first thing. Second, Councilmember Sanger is correct. As a city council member, we don't get special privilege. Getting the depot for free, even to meet our constituents, would be considered and perceived as a privilege. We're getting that for free when everybody else has to pay for it. Wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's why we don't do that. Now, when I was first elected, myself and Darrell and Vice Mayor Darrell Gardner shared the same ward. And what we did to get people together to get their opinion is the Republican Party actually rented a space at the higher education for us to meet the constituents about some of the issues that were happening at that time. And we got to meet those people. But we did not pay for that. The Republican Party paid for that room. The city did not pay for that. So I don't know if they could offer you a discount there if you wanted to meet your people, or if you're a Republican, maybe you can ask them about something like that. But the problem using city areas for your meeting is that perception that you as a city council member are getting something for free when the regular public is not.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. The perception is that the city council is not listening to the citizens. You know, I know that you probably have social media and you've read about stuff on social media. They don't have a voice, right? They want to meet with you guys. They want to meet with me. And here we're just putting a roadblock. Well, we can't do that. Why can't we? We're making the decision. Why can't we not? Everybody could use it. It doesn't have to be the depot. It could be another facility. I prefer something on South Side so people have to not travel in this type of weather to go meet. But that's what they want to do. They want to meet with you guys. They want to meet with me. And here we're just putting a roadblock. Oh, we can use it. It's perceived this way. Well, the perception is the city council does not listen to the citizens. And
Councilmember Garner? Vice Mayor Garner.
Maybe there's just a little disconnect. It's not that you can't use it, it's just that there's a fee associated to it. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Garner. The situation is absolutely as described by the council members. It is if there is no fee for you to use it, that you are receiving a benefit that is contrary to ethics, and you just can't do that. So the discussion, maybe perhaps, I'm just trying to facilitate, is not it is how can we? How can we maybe open this possibility up? So while the current policy, there is no, we just can't give it to you for free. Just like anybody else, there is a fee associated. Those fees go to cover operations, cleaning, all those sorts of things. For example, at Fire Station 2, that's not the regular hours of operation. So somebody had to be there overtime. So it's not just because it's there that it's available. There is an operational and overhead. However, how can we do this? As an example, might be during the next budget that council elects to add a line item for council members to use public facilities for meeting. Maybe it's set to twice a year. Everybody gets an allocation of twice a year. So that just as a thought. How can we do this? Or it can also be the library is available. Other free places in the park if there's not somebody using a pavilion during the summer. There's ways to do this. I hope that helps.
Thanks. Any other thing to add to this discussion? This is not an actionable item, so it's just a discussion. Councilmember Lumen.
Another thing I know we've talked about in the past that never came to fruition was a citywide discussion on some of the issues that a lot of the people were concerned about, mainly water, and having some of our employees who are the experts on that be there to be able to answer the questions from the public. I know that never occurred with the former mayor, but maybe now we could look at that again. I know when the water went out, they had one, but we haven't had one since. So maybe that could be also something we could do as a city. You're doing it all together, and then the city, and then there's more of a discussion. It's more than just 5 minutes. And you have the experts there to answer, because I don't know everything about the water. That's Cody's job. So, or other issues that people might have, the streets. We would know more about the streets, or the rec center. We have the city experts that would be able to be there and give them that answer rather than me telling them, well, let me email somebody. Mm-hmm. So that might be also a suggestion we could follow.
Thanks. I also think that this would be a great thing to add to our strategic planning as an overall arching plan of how to better communicate with our citizens. All right, moving down to executive session. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tom.
Madam Mayor, there was an item under the consent agenda for holidays.
Oh,
that
yes.
was moved out.
Where did that
Can we
go?
add that?
Or
Yes.
it never came back. Where'd it go?
Where did it go?
It's up in the consent agenda.
It was.
Oh,
okay.
To remove it. You want to move it?
Yes, we were
You
move it
didn't ask-
out.
You didn't ask
Sorry.
to move it down. You just asked to remove it from the consent agenda. That was the motion.
If it's not time sensitive, can we put it on the next meeting, or?
Is it time
Is it separate?
sensitive?
Madam Mayor, we've already had 2 holidays that we recognized on it. The next one's not for a while, so I
Okay.
wouldn't say it's time sensitive at this point.
So we can.
February
yeah,
17th.
Okay, we can add it to the next one. All right, moving down to executive session. Do I hear a motion? Councilmember Lumen.
I move to enter into executive session at 9:33 PM per Wyoming Statute 16-4-405, A 9, and 3. To consider or receive any information classified as confidential by law on matters concerning litigation to which the governing body is a party or proposed litigation to which the governing body may be a party.
Second.
The motion was made and seconded to go into executive session at 9:33 PM. Any discussion? All right, Lynn, will you open online voting, please?
Online voting is open.
Yay. Now the stairs.
Yes.
Excuse me, Councilmember Elliott has not voted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Online voting has closed and motion passes with 7 yeas.
We're ready to just
I
move,
move it.
Lynn. Thank you.
He was looking at
Thank you.
Microphones remain on during executive session. Nobody ever gave me in this room.
Stay warm. So it worked out.
Here it is. Thank you.
How you doing, man? How's it going?
How are you doing?
This one should be
Oh,
short.
yeah.
Okay.
Not the only one.
Right? Short. I mean, like, what?
Short.
No, I'm saying
They'll be back in 5 minutes on the
5, 10
phone.
minutes. Yeah.
They're
It's-
gonna be down there for 2 hours.
Unless, yeah, unless they have something else.
Move this.
My problem is I don't like to eat dinner before council. And then the longer council goes, the angrier I get. With low blood sugar. I don't know.
I can go back there. I was just gonna get on my phone.
Oh. That you got kicked out? Oh, you like them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I picked them out.
You did?
Because
You did
they're the good big ones.
Yes, and they have the gel like.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I actually like them. I thought they'd be like smudgy.
No, they're great
No.
brands.
They're like those cheap.
Yeah, that's, but big brand. Yeah. Crappy pens are just the worst.
Yes.
And when you go to a vendor and you get crappy pens, you're like, why?
Why did I even grab them? Yeah.
Yeah. These
All right.
These are nice and smooth.
Put my coat on.
It is beneficial if you guys refresh. Huh? Yeah.
I'm racing now. I'm ready.
All right. Do I have a motion to come out? Councilwoman Lumen?
I move to come out of executive session per Wyoming statute 16-4-405, A, 9 and 3, at 9:54 p.m.
That's my voice. I get it.
I have a first and a second to come out of executive session at 9:53 p.m. Any discussion? And Lynn opened online voting. Thank
Online
you.
voting is open.
Yay.
Okay. And
Online voting is closed. The motion passes with 7 yeas.
I don't think we,
Did you vote?
Yeah. Can I not? To come out of executive session?
You came out already.
That's the new ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you
But
came
you
out at
voted to go
9:39.
into it.
Yeah. So
He voted to go in,
I
but he
can
came
abs-
out at 9:39.
Or is it just for a little bit?
For
and
the
then come
council
back?
to come out of executive session.
Right. So he was already out of executive session. So he
So
can't
if
come
I
out at
went-
9:55 because he came out at 9:39.
So if I went back in, came back out.
Yes.
You'd be fine.
Okay.
Good point.
Can I? Can you change mine to abstain, please? Thank you.
all right. We don't have the executive session minutes
No,
prepared.
she doesn't.
Okay.
Because I
then we'll
left
move
him
on.
in here.
Do I have another motion? Councilmember Sanger?
I move to authorize outside counsel to propose a settlement to resolve the litigation matter.
Or what, wait,
Second.
test me.
I have a first and a second to
Read it again.
authorize outside counsel to propose a settlement to resolve a litigation matter. Lynn, do you want to do voice vote? Tell me when you're ready.
Yep, go ahead. I was just saying who was first.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
Abstain. Okay. Were there any objections for matters discussed in executive session? Okay. All right. And if there's no further business that needs to be brought before the council, we'll adjourn this meeting at 9:57 p.m. Oh, and the next meeting is February 4th, 2025. We will have a workshop at 6 p.m. and then the meeting at 7:30.
Okay.
You did pretty good going up those stairs.
I tried. There is an elevator.
Did you take the elevator?
No, I didn't, but there is an elevator, so you know.